there was like a percentage that 85% of the editors on Wikipedia are males and only 15% are females. So that was like a spark.
Okay.
My name is Mahisha.
I think so.
I'm from
Thank you.
Egypt. I'm a Wikipedia education program leader.
Can you stand here for a second?
And
Just stand at the podium.
My
If you want
my journey with Wikipedia. Wikipedia
I don't know. I
education program is
think-
a global initiative around the world which aims at encouraging students in universities and schools to edit Wikipedia.
I don't know if there is another light.
Yeah, there is.
There is?
Yeah.
Maybe we could try that? Yeah, thank you.
Wikipedia into Arabic to enrich the Arabic content on the internet. After that, the Wikipedia education program in Egypt was
Good.
expanding
Thank you.
very fast, and they needed someone to.
I think just the right side would be
others
good.
And teach
Yeah,
others
thank you.
to how to edit Wikipedia. So I became a campus ambassador at my
Yeah.
university.
I think it's a little bit better,
At
yeah.
that time, Wiki
Okay,
Women
thank you.
project was very successful. So I thought that I would start that project in Egypt, and it would be the first of its kind in the whole Middle East. Actually, in Egypt, we have a very good environment for Wiki Women, because most of the college or the university that is concerned with language translation and this kind of humanities, humanity studies, most of them are girls. And this is our target. I remember that in 2013, 88% of the contributions for Wiki education program in Egypt was females. They were translating articles about women. It was the end of 2014. They achieved the highest contributions ever in the history of Wiki education program in Egypt. I love what I do, and I love Wikipedia, I love the community, and I'm so honored and
a crowdsourced encyclopedia. You don't have to buy it, and anyone can edit it. Depending on how adventurous you are, at least you leave here having added one edit to one existing article.
So today I'm working on the entry for Jean Blackwell Hudson.
I figured what I would do today is update some of the keys onto top journalism.
I came to the editathon today to add citations to the article about Canadian Stadium.
So you have to have your sources, and you have to have your citations. So there's always a way to back up the information. So it's not just out
First
there,
sessions here start 11:15.
recklessly or irresponsibly. There's always something, backing it up. So you can always start back to the original source.
Benvenuti e benvenute a Wikimania 2016. Wikimania è la conferenza annuale del movimento Wikimedia. È un'occasione unica in cui wikipediani da tutto il mondo possono incontrarsi per raccontarsi che cosa hanno fatto nell'ultimo anno e finalmente conoscersi di persona dopo aver lavorato tanto insieme online.
Wikipedia is about building bridges, not walls. Wikipedia is a force for knowledge, and knowledge is a force for peace and understanding.
Durante Wikimania ci sono un sacco di presentazioni, discussioni, workshop, tramite i quali i partecipanti possono confrontarsi e condividere le loro idee, i loro progetti e i loro piani per il futuro.
These skills are going to improve your lives. They're going to help others find stuff that they need about the countries on Wikipedia.
Trarre il massimo da questa bellissima città, da queste bellissime montagne e da quest'area fresca e pulita, e che possiate utilizzare questi giorni per parlare e creare tanti nuovi progetti e tante nuove occasioni di divulgazione e condivisione della conoscenza.
The fact that information spreads quickly means that truth can spread quickly and lies can spread quickly. And Wikipedia, I think, really tries to be that place you go when you've got a moment to reflect and say, okay, I actually need to learn about this.
Wikipedia is a crowdsourced encyclopedia. You don't have to buy it, and anyone can edit it.
So you have to have your sources, and you have to have your citations. So there's always a way to back up the information. So it's not just out there recklessly or irresponsibly. There's always something, backing it up, so that you can always start back to the original source.
working with Wikipedia is not only about writing articles, but to understand the whole system of knowledge production. That's our place in the knowledge society.
وجهة نظرنا هنخليها على جنب، وبكده التحديات مش هيبقى فيه تحديات بمعنى تحديات ان احنا نخش في صراع او يعني ندخل في صراع مع اي طرف. نتعرف من خلال على التقنيات اللي وراء موقع ويكيبيديا العالم الشهير.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm from Ghana.
I'm from Argentina, from Moscow, Russia.
I'm from Hong Kong, Israel, and then
Something that
from Afghanistan.
ما كنت متوقع انها مؤسسه لان في عدد كبير من الفولنتيرز المتطوعين بالاوبن سورس حول العالم، هذا الشيء صادق على الي وحبيت الفكره كثير.
we are fundamentally community driven. And this is very different from any other top website. And it matters. Whatever you might think of Wikipedia, whatever problems you have, whatever problems, nobody ever sits around and says, oh, they're beholden to their advertisers. Our community has a very high degree of intellectual independence. No one can come to us and try to lean on us to put false information in Wikipedia or to hide some true information that they don't like, because frankly, the money comes from the general public, and that means we're beholden to the general public. In 100 years, when people look back on this era, these decades around the first of this century, they're going to point at Wikipedia as one of the things that was really good.
Daniki.
Herzlich willkommen, Daniki.
Hi, I'm Tina and I come from India.
I'm from Argentina, from Moscow, Russia.
I live in Ramallah, Palestine.
From Germany, from Berlin.
I come from South India.
I'm from the Netherlands.
Hackathon is an event where people who are mostly involved with software work on a project over a certain amount of time.
They discuss, they develop, they code.
Hackathon is well, a marathon of hacking.
Everyone is working in his core to develop some kind of project and come up with a new ideas.
This is a fully operational web page with some cool visualization library that does really awesome physics effects.
The idea with the widgets will be able to have interactive media. So for example, this is what is known as the game of life.
We have a huge list of languages that we've been addressing at this hackathon. You know, from Arabic, Hungarian, Czech, Hindi, Swedish, Russian.
It's much of where all the functionalities related to a newsletter exist. It brings all the newsletters together at one place.
I picked three formats that I use for 3D printing. So STL and AMF.
Thank you so much for coming and we had a class with you.
Thank you.
Today is the Supreme Court Editathon here at the National Archives Innovation Lab. And the goal of the Editathon is to improve Wikipedia on a certain topic. And today, the topic is Supreme Court cases, really anything to do with the Supreme Court.
We have a chance to be here at the Innovation Hub to gather people together to edit Wikipedia. The National Archives is a symbolically appropriate place to do the edit. So we have 20 people over here who are interested in editing on that topic. We have several specialists, technical specialists, Wikipedia editors, legal specialists, an archivist.
Here's how the Supreme Court used to look a long time ago, and that's salmon, Portland shape.
I'm gonna be pulling some records for the Wikipedia individuals. One I'm gonna pull is about Justice Baldwin. He has like 40 personal papers here, and one researcher was interested in that. So he's gonna scan it and use it in one of the Wikipedia articles.
The Supreme Court is a good topic, partly because every Supreme Court case is notable in the Wikipedia definition network. They all deserve to have an article.
I work on the Wikipedia entry for Charles Evans Hughes. He was a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court appointed by Herbert Hoover. He had a very illustrious career, and now his Wikipedia entry reflects that.
Even though we're an online community, that human element is still there. We organize physical meetups in real life instead of just online meetups. And so we meet our colleagues face to face. We put a face to a user ID.
Everyone was so welcoming and so eager to share their own knowledge. It was really a great collaborative experience. I was really curious to learn as an employee of the National Archives what the guidance was for participating in the Wikipedia community and figuring out how to best engage that community.
A lot of value comes from editathon stage, more or less social events. You can ask others for help, which is really valuable for new Wikipedia and you're interested in learning how to use it, or learning how to contribute to it. You can go to others and ask them for help, or even I, as someone with a lot of experience, I was asking a colleague of mine about very particular intricate parts of editing in a
in that particular subject area, and he was able to help because he has experience in that area more than I do. So being able to ask people for help is very valuable, and having access to very rich sources here at the archives is quite valuable.
I learned a great deal about the policy of putting information up on Wikipedia, which I didn't know, and I really appreciated that because it gave me a deeper insight of how to help people who want to do records.
There's millions of people on Wikipedia every day, and it's such an engaged community. If we can get 1% of the people that go on the Wikipedia entry page to then go to our pages and learn more about the National Archives or some of the records we hold, I consider that a victory and a very successful campaign.
My name's Sarah Snyder. I work at the Archives of American Art across the way. This is our second annual. Wikipedia Loves Libraries at Electronic Smithsonian. The first was last October, and this is our second annual participation in that nationwide event. So we have a new editor tutorial, so librarians, library school students, people who are just interested in libraries can come and learn how to edit Wikipedia. We worked on the World's Columbian Exposition, which is also known as the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago. And we were working on adding American artists to Wikipedia who had shown work at the fair, but might not have already had an article, or if they did, it was a very small article.
Yes, we had about 30 people here. So far, people are getting started with editing Wikipedia articles. I just asked around the town to get people to sign in so that we can learn more about editors and their contributions.
We had a list of artists and topics people could choose to work on, and as people chose what they were going to work on, I needed to go find that stuff that they could find the resources about. I've seen a lot of faces today that would never have set foot in the AAPG library without this, and I know that a few will come back too because they've found their topic, the person, their artist interesting, and they said they wanted to continue working on it.
I'm Don Parks. I'm currently a digital content specialist at the National Archives, which basically means that I'm working full-time on media strategy for the National Archives, doing just this kind of thing. I'm trying to figure out how we can use Wikipedia to increase access to the National Archives holdings to the public. And cultural institutions themselves have an interest in improving the quality and coverage of articles on Wikipedia, especially ones that would use that content, digital content.
We've also learned as professionals, you can't just stick a link to something in an article. You also have to make an effort to improve the article. You need to explain why you did it. You need to register an account and not just do it anonymously. So I think the Wikipedia community has learned, and also librarians, archivists, and museum professionals have learned how to work with Wikipedia. So we're both at a higher place than we were 5 years ago, for sure.
We spend quite a lot of time as the Wikipedia community thinking about what we want our future to look like. 1.5 billion devices hit our sites every single month. We're the 5th most popular website on the planet. It feels like the right time to think about how we make that a more inclusive space for more people.
I ended up seeing the gap not only in the Tunisian context, for the emerging communities all over the world. Wikipedia, how it is right now, is more Western than anything else.
Contributing to represent themselves.
One of the things that we discussed in Wikimania this year was how to overcome the technical issues, how to overcome the background, political and religious ideologies to make the content better.
In 2030, I am hoping that it will be
easy for my son at that time, using whatever these devices will be prevalent then, to view his environment, understand his environment.
We realized that our dream of building an encyclopedia for the world, we've really made a lot of progress there. And so we thought, okay, well, what are the next challenges around knowledge? Because, if we're not really investing, for example, in the continent of Africa, we're going to miss the next century. Our overall vision is not just an encyclopedia, it's free knowledge for everyone.
Hi, I'm Jim Whale, founder of Wikipedia. If you've never edited Wikipedia before, Wikipedia edit-a-thons are a great place to come and learn how to edit Wikipedia. Now, editing Wikipedia is not that complicated, but it can be very useful to go to a meet with some of the Wikipedia volunteers, let them show you through the process, how we do the edits, to learn things about software, but you also learn things about our community. These events happen all over the world. Check out this URL if you'd like to learn more.
I could tell you that I personally believe that something like Wikipedia is a remarkably significant phenomenon in our history.
We're not just building an encyclopedia, even though that's the primary task. People who work on Wikipedia learn how to work together.
Now we have evidence that it's possible to do something like this, and that there is such thing as collective wisdom or collective good, and that it works.
You're giving education to people, and not just any people, but the whole of the world. So I feel great by contributing to an encyclopedia that is accessible to virtually everyone in the whole world.
Como nosotros, que necesita que de vez en cuando le pongamos agua y la cuidemos, porque si no, simplemente se va a destruir y hay que cuidarla.
There's an edit button. Just click on it, find the place where the text is, and edit. And then click save. It's that easy.
The cool thing about Wikipedia is that you can change things. You don't need anybody's permission, and it's not hard. It looks a little bit daunting at first, but it's really not hard.
People don't realize, they don't know it's some sort of blindness if people read articles and they don't see that it's button.
Click on that button and see what happens.
Edit.
When you open yourself to something and you go and start editing, all kinds of other things can happen, and that's a really beautiful, it can be just a starting point. It's an invitation for more life somehow.
Whenever we start an article, we don't like it because you find it ugly, but wait just hours and see how it will be developed to great article.
The edit button. Click it and change something, save page. You've made a difference to the whole world.
Save.
אני לא חושב שהם יצטרכו פה סידורים, אולי קר, חם, ולהראות להם את התאורה. הראיתי לבחור אחד, אבל יכול להיות שהם כמה אנשים. בסביבה, כאילו, לפחות בהתחלה שיראו אותך. זהו, תראי, עשיתי לו חצי לבן בצד הזה, כי הוא מצלם. אז רק את הצד הזה עשיתי לבן, מה? עוד ימנים? שמאליים? הכי שמאליים? כן, הכי ימני בין שניהם. בסדר? זה דומה. כי הוא רוצה שזה יצלם את זה, אז שזה... לא, ככה כל היום, כן. בסדר? אם יבוא מישהו אחר שיגיד, הוא רוצה, כאילו, לא מצלם בווידאו, אז אפשר יהיה לחכות את הלבן השני. כאילו את זה. לא, אז... כן, זה. בסדר? לא. את השמאלית על מישהו? הכי שמאלית. כן. כאילו, הצד הזה סגור, רק הצד הזה פתוח. כן. לא, אבל פה ממש קטע. ממש... זה היה דפוק הרבה זמן. עכשיו זה עוד בסדר. גם רשום, וגם טיפלו בבעיה שהייתה לנו למעלה. למעלה הייתה לנו גם שליטה. ואז פתאום זה סתר, כי אם את נוגעת פה ואני נוגע למעלה, אז הוא מקשיב לי ולא לך, ואז את לא יכולה לחוות. כן, ואז את לא יכולה לחוות, כאילו הוא עוקף אותך. אז עכשיו זה בסדר, שניהם יכולים.
אני תמיד הייתי לוחצת הרבה
לכבות כאילו?
זה מחווה הכל. אני לא אקח את זה.
First thing I think you need to do is to make a standalone site right now. It seems to be a subpage of your WordPress theme, your resume, and your portfolio site. But I think you really need to make sure it's a standalone site. Otherwise, you're trying to serve two purposes at once with the theme. I don't think that's going to work. You probably saw the other single scrolling themes that people use. That really is the way you need to go. So take a look at Bluehost, whatever hosting company you're looking at. Select a subdomain, so maybe capstone.alexroth.com, and then you basically create a brand new WordPress installation. Then you have everything customizable. You don't have to try to design the site while making sure your resume or your Twitter project or everything is still intact. It's making the site a lot easier, give you more accountability. The reason why that's important is because right now you don't get to control all the branding and all the different elements on the page. You're kind of stuck with capstone. It's a page name or a sub-page name. It's very hard to customize all this stuff. So the reason why I think this is important is you really want to have your title, your piece, up here. I think even if you could move this up to the top, it's a little bit too vague. You need to find somebody talking to either, the president's neighbor, or the president's nuclear neighbor, something to catch the eye. Otherwise, it's a little bit too bland the way it is right now, right? You need to have above the fold to capture people's eyes. And right now, if you don't choose a WordPress theme and do a brand new WordPress installation, you're kind of wasting the first 1/4 of the page, because it has to be your portfolio page decoration and content. So really, you want to go with the full screen dedicated WordPress installation. Now let's go down here. I think you have a nice initial photo. I think you need to resize it. I downloaded this one. It's 9 megabytes large. You really should be able to download it at 1 megabyte or smaller. And when you help with this, there are ways in Photoshop or other tools to downsize that photo. So I think you should try to crunch it down to a 1 megabyte JPEG, just 9 times too big. I read some of the posts. It looks good. It's a very good story that you're working on here. I like the timeline that you had. This picture is a little bit small, given that the details are quite small on this. So I'd say make this picture bigger. You saw some of the other themes that were out there that just made the picture so much more rich. I think that's the way you need to go. Is choose for WordPress theme when you think this is big. I like the use of the quote. This nuclear warheads by country section, I noticed that China is not here or some other folks. So I do think that you have selected this as selected countries. I would make sure you put that in. So whether it's a subhead or something, you could say nuclear warheads of selected countries 2017. Put your source down as well. I want to make sure I know where this certainly not the fact that Pakistan is the fourth largest holder of nuclear warheads, or that North Korea is the top seven. With UK, China, and some others this graph is way too small. This really begs to be much bigger. Also, is this a graph you created yourself, or is it from another place? You need to really be clear on this, otherwise people feel like they are A to C. So make sure that is very, very clear before you get the subset on that is yours. I really like this use of the split screen. That's amazing to see that very little has changed in that time frame. I don't know if it makes sense to annotate the picture in some way to say perhaps, if you're looking at the 2017 one, it has maybe something that you can read on the screen that says sidewalk is closed, or something like that. 2002, I believe you could still drive a car if that closet, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was just that it's not clear. You'll have to check with that. But notice that here you can run around the closet because that whole area is closed to cars, and now that sidewalk is closed to cars too. So that might be a good opportunity for you to write some tasteful text on the screen, maybe a very small font that says, what are the changes between 2002 and 2017? But that's something you should try. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the way it is. Now this is interesting. I'm kind of seeing like a PDF break of the page there. I'm not sure what that is, because this is really nice here in terms of having a really nice interactive timeline here. But it looks like you tried to PDF print it and then put a snapshot of that there. It just doesn't look right. So try to find some other way to capture it that looks nicer. So I recommend a tool called Paparazzi for Mac if you are using a Mac. This is a tool that can screenshot the entire length of the page. So I tried this. It basically looks like a web browser like Safari. You put in the website, and you can see the entire website as one long graph. So try that out and see that that does the trick. So right now it seems like it's fairly short, right? I'm hoping with other media assets that you're working on, but let me know what you're working on and feedback on that. But otherwise, I think you're the right approach. Overall, the whole site with different WordPress themes, control the whole experience. Fix this part here with the graphic. Try to do more with this. I mean, it looks like you have a long scrolling image here, so I think you want to make sure that you don't depend on scroll up and down and make sure that it just goes the whole picture. And then I'm hoping you have other more tracks. All right, thanks.
Hi, so I'm going to walk you through the creation of the WIKI article related to the Women in Red project. So I'm going to start with finding a woman that you can edit using another method, which is this article on syringe. And I just noticed that there was no article about a significant woman who invented the modern syringe. So if we look down here in the historical timeline area, you see there's Letitia Mumford here was granted a patent for an in-hand syringe that he operated with one hand. So that's what I'm going to try to do now. So first what I'm going to do is click on the red link, hold down the command key to open up the tab, and you'll see that there's no article there. It says I can create that article. What I also want to do is just make sure that she's not known under like Letitia Gear without the Mumford. So let me just go ahead and just search in Wikipedia. Is there anything like Letitia Gear? There doesn't seem to be. So it's always good to double check that. Now, as we mentioned before, we're going to use a template that can be found on my user page. So if I go to this one, aka that template, right? This is the basic structure of a generic article as a bio. I'm going to go down here and hit edit source. And I've added an extra thing up here, which is an info box. So you'll notice that right now, it doesn't have anything that shows. As you start to fill in this information, like name, image, birth name, all these things, it'll start to fill in that box if you see other articles. So I'm just going to go ahead and select this portion here, all the code, come back to this page, which is create petition look for here. I'm just gonna paste that all in there. And as you know, all these TKs you want to replace with actual information, right? So I'm gonna go here ahead, and first thing I'm gonna do is go ahead and say Letitia. If it's spelled correct, assume these things, right? Letitia, so for here is was in this case, was an inventor who patented the one-handed syringe that is the basis most popular medical syringes. Okay, that's it. Where do I put in a reference? Well, what we can do is find a general reference. So let's go ahead and go in here, and you'll see that if I do a Google search for tissue pure syringe, there's a bunch of different places here, nothing like New York Times or anything big like that. But what I could do is just start with the patent itself, right? We typically don't like to point to original sources because we want secondary sources that will emphasize the importance or notability of that. So what we could do is go down and choose another source. So there's one here who invented the woman who finished the man. There's things. Let's go and insert some more here. Send our metric grades to innovators. That's not bad. Let's go ahead and start with that. So go ahead and copy that. That's the and just kind of place it in here. Right? So one of the things that we'll show you is how to expand that when we're in Visual Editor. I'm just going to delete these two for now, or leave them in. You just go ahead and leave them in there. Then, so you want to see also is here. If I go back to the Swing article, maybe I can point to something else. Like the Chance Brothers. The Chance Brothers are related to this whole idea of modern syringes. And then the ref list will automatically be created there. And external links. Well, let's go ahead and link to that patent. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to go up here and choose that Google patent. And see that Google the bottom portion here. So again, I'm going to replace that link there and say patent for I'll just leave the description blank for now. I'll put one up there. I'll do that one for add. And that's not bad start just for the basics of this article. Right? It's going to be a stub. I'm going to go ahead and say start. And there we are. Petition number here. This info box is automatically going to have that information there. The table of contents is automatically generated once you're having more than a few sections there. And then notice we have a naked reference right here. So what I can do is now choose the edit button here, which is Visual Editor, and click on the number 1 there as the reference. It'll say, hey, that's just an external link. You want to convert it? And it converts. And there we are. So we fill the publication name and all this stuff. And insert that. Now, if I want to edit this, notice that it has QMed here. If I want to edit that, I can actually hit the edit button, and now I can edit the individual fields. So I can go ahead and get rid of this external field there, because the publication name is already in the URL out there. Right? I'm going to say changes. I'm going to say expand their reference to full. That. And there we are. There's the start of our article. I can now go in and find some other things. Now, we might not find things on the web per se, but what we can do is actually go to books.google.com, and you might find some other stuff there. So in fact, that's what I did here. I said, let's look in Google Books and look for Letitia Beer syringe. You'll see that there are some books related to the patent, but then you also have Girls Can Do Everything, Stories of Ingenious Inventions by Women. You find there's another book here, which is American Sex Machines, The Hidden History of Sex at the U.S. Patent Office. So there's actually 2 other books here that I can use. And the great thing about this is I can actually go in here and copy the entire URL. And when I paste it in, it will actually expand to be correct in the editor. So let's go back here to this, hit the edit button. And just say the patent was granted 829. Site button, paste in that link, and hit generate, and notice that it fills in all the stuff. It fills in even the ISBN number. I hit insert, I hit save, it added date and book reference. Hit save changes, and you'll now see down here, there is the full reference for the book here. Good, so that's just the basics of how to start the article. From here on out, we want you to try to find more sources, images, fill in that info box, find out whatever you can. I think if you look in the patent filing, you will find, even things like filing date and stuff like that. So you can actually add that information there. One other thing I thought I could show you is how do you generate your rep score for this thing, right? So if we are looking at ways to create that rep score, we can actually go in here in the lower left-hand corner and choose permanent link right there. This will bring up the same page that we're looking at, but it will have this extra information at the top here, which says this is the current version, right? So even if the article changes, if you have this URL, looking at this old ID, this is the exact page that we see right now. Now we can actually put it in that ORAS. And you can see that when I put in that number there, it's actually going to say it's a stub article, which is true. It's really very much a stub. You can see it's 72% chance it's a stub article. So that's something that you should test out, just to make sure that you have some sanity that this is a stub article. Now you want to try to improve it and to see if you can increase the quality of this article so that you can get it to at least a C or B class. And the goal is to get the B class when you have more information. So what you should do is just research your topic early, or research your person early. Make sure there's enough source material on the internet to get it to a B class. And articles you find in the women in red lists have a better chance because they probably exist in images, pictures, and other things that you can add. All right, that's it. And hopefully that's a good way to get you started.
Hi, I'm Mei Fong. I'm a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and author of One Child, a book about China's massive population experiment. It got top reviews. I've been on US and UK TV and radio to discuss the book, and I sold the rights to a number of international editions. But the one place I could not get it published was in China, where discussion of sensitive topics are discouraged. And it's not even just China, but Greater China. Hong Kong booksellers who publish sensitive topics have been abducted and detained. So I wrote a book about China that most people there cannot access. Therefore, I'm trying an experiment. I'm making a Chinese translation of my book downloadable for free. For a nominal price, it's also available in Cambridge and Canada. And in return, I set up a donation system. People can contribute to offset the cost of translation by going to the site GoFundMe or Patreon. I'm doing this because important stories need to be told. As writers, we need to think out of the box to reach key audiences, especially those brought by censorship. If you believe in the freedom of ideas, GoFundMe.
Adventurous humor. At least you leave here having added one edit to one existing one.
So today I'm working on an entry for Jean Blackwell Hudson.
I figured what I would do today is update some of the wikis on the top journalists.
I came to the editathon today to add citations to the article about freedom of expression.
So you have to have resources, and you have to have resources.
גם עורכי ויקיפדיה, אנשים שעושים את התוכן
Content is out there recklessly or responsibly is always something
נגיד, ברשת ואת רואה פתאום שמישהו שם בנימין נתניהו ב-86 היה ראש הממשלה. זה לא נכון. את יכולה לערוך בעצמך, אבל תתקן את זה. יש כל מיני אנשים שכל הזמן מחדירים דיסאינפורמציה על כל מיני אנשים, והאנשים האלה דווקא הם המגנים של האמת. הם כאילו מחויבים לתת שני כן. חייבים לתת שני מקורות מידע, לפני 7 שנים דבר. עבודה חשובה. זה ממש האח הגדול. יש שם היסטוריון האמת, שזה בעצם אנשים שיושבים בוויקי וכל יום יוצא להם פיסת מידע שהם צריכים לתקן בעבר. כאילו, ביבי כן היה בשנת 86 ראש ממשלה, אז הוא הולך ומחפש את כל התיעודים של מי היה ראש ממשלה ב-86 ומשנה, כאילו מפעל שלם של אנשים לשנות את האמת. זהו, אז היום זה ויקיפדיה, בספר 1984, עוד לפני המחשבים. לפני המחשבים הוא ידע שאנשים ינסו להשתלט על האמת
trarre il massimo da questa bellissima città, da questa bellissima
לא, אבל אני כן רוצה שתשבי פה. אין לך לא?
Together, we have created the most comprehensive encyclopedia that has ever existed.
זה נשאר בצד.
WIKI.
נשאר בצד. לא יותר מדי, כאן, לא מקום. כאילו, איפה מקבלים תיק כזה? מה את אומרת? קיבלנו בהרשמה, לא קיבלת? אחד הדברים המצחיקים בדבר הזה, אחד הדברים המצחיקים באימייל זה כשהוא עולה, לא, זה נותן לך כל מזה. צריך לעזוב כאן. כן, אני הולכת למים.
Hello. Is everything working okay?
I'll see in a minute.
Ooh, that's nice. Nice.
Hi, excuse me? You did the 360 photo?
Yeah.
Can you send it, but I need your name obviously for the credit.
Right.
So,
Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to who?
give you Michal Lester. She's with Wikimedia Israel.
Okay.
She's the
מה שאני
head.
אומרת,
Okay.
מה שאני אומרת זה ש...
With your name, I'll tell her. Let's see, what's her email? Because it's something that I saw, I was like, yes. But, again, put your name, obviously. Michal. Yeah, there she is. M. Lester.
Okay, let me.
Wikimedia.org. I'm Sivan.
Okay, great. I have
Yeah.
the email now.
Cool.
Great. Okay, thank you. I'll
And
send
if
it.
you, yeah, say Sivan asked you to send it.
Okay.
My name is
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Did I get the program? No, there's a workshop here afterwards, no? Or am I getting everything confused?
This is not workshops. This is the library's presentation. Yeah, I already looked it up. Yep.
I can see it.
Are you, is,
Sheila?
this is like,
I think it might be 4. Let me go get the. I have a schedule. Yeah, you're in here, but at 12:15. You're at 12:15. Yeah, 12:15. Oh wait. Yeah.
so cute.
Yeah, but no, you're in the right room. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, you're in the right place.
But there is not going to be any break after this, or?
No, this is what time we're.
Here. Yeah, so I'm gonna make it. Yeah. So I'd like to check my. This is right. Unless someone asks a question, no, so, and then just need
I know you're probably thinking about your presentation, but I just discovered there's actually a library in this building.
Yes.
I didn't realize. I thought it was a bookstore, but I went in there about 10 minutes ago, and it's an actual working library.
Yeah. Really help you get by. Huh. Is this? She's insisting on checking hers now.
Yeah,
Like our presentation is.
we had like a whole Abbott Costello routine about it just a second ago.
Who are we showing?
Hmm?
He's the first one.
I'm the first one.
Okay.
Who's on first?
You have a speaker here.
I'm gonna put it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Sure. My phone just Is your presentation on here? Or? wondering if we're gonna pick up now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start because we have, right, it's time to start. Yeah, because we have,
Do you want me to go and set up a session in room after 5 starts now or something like that?
yeah, sure. We have four sessions right in a row, and so we have calculated out that we have 6.5 minutes each. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm Marilyn Profit from OCLC, and I'm going to be talking about the online training program that we did with funding from the Knight Foundation and also from the Wikimedia Foundation. This was an online training program for people in public libraries in the United States. And we think we had actually a pretty unique approach to looking at Wikipedia training. So that's what I want to share with you here today. So first of all, WebJunction is part of OCLC. It's been part of OCLC since 2006. And it is an online training program for folks in public libraries who are interested in learning new skills or refreshing existing skills. And WebJunction really focuses on the needs of adult learners, which are very different than students in the classroom. So adult learners, people who are already practicing librarians or who work in libraries, we don't really differentiate between the two of them, have very different needs than people who are in schools. You really need to quickly address what it is they need and get right to the training. In this training, we really looked very closely at what librarians wanted rather than presuming that we knew what librarians needed from Wikipedia training. So this was a pretty long-term project. Although the training program itself was only 9 weeks, we spent a lot of time doing research and preparation, and also a substantial amount of time unpacking and analyzing what we had done. We did surveys ahead of time, interviewed people who worked in public libraries who were already working with Wikipedia, and then afterwards did a number of surveys and debriefing to try to figure out what worked best. There were a lot of people behind our project team. I was one of a number of people who worked alongside the WebJunction staff. I was the person on the OCLC staff with the most Wikipedia experience. And then we also brought on board our very talented Wikipedian in residence, Monica St. Shangle-Jones, who unfortunately couldn't be part of this panel, but who helped to propose it. We also felt that behind the community of libraries and also behind the community of Wikimedians are people. And so we wanted for our librarians, our almost 250 librarians online, to be able to interface with experienced Wikipedians, many of which were also practicing librarians. So we had a number of Wikipedia guides who worked in our course. I want to highlight here that 2 of the guides in our course are from Australia. They were attending our class in the middle of the night for them, or very, very early in the morning, depending on your perspective. So it really helped to emphasize the multinational nature of Wikipedia. So what do public library staff in the United States want? This would vary in your location, but our research showed us that public library staff were very interested in increasing information literacy. They were interested in improving access to authoritative information online. They were interested in how they could, for their communities, help to support research and critical thinking and raise up the visibility of their libraries and the communities that they serve, so both collections and communities. And to provide interesting community programs for their communities. So if you, in the United States, public libraries are often teaching crafting classes or have genealogy workshops, and so they're looking at providing a range of public programming. Interestingly, 70% of our participants had never edited Wikipedia, but they were eager to learn. So the outcomes of the course, we had 236 participants in the end who were actively engaged in the course. This was all on a participant dashboard. They made almost 6,000 edits and uploaded 369 photos to Commons, which was really surprising to us. We didn't do anything on Commons, so that was something that kind of surprised us. They made improvements to articles and also surprisingly created 6 new articles. And I should suggest that, or I should emphasize that our course was really aimed at identifying your own community engagement path. So how do you want to take what you learned in the course and implement it in your library? So this wasn't a course about how to edit Wikipedia. It was about how to gain skills and confidence with Wikipedia so that you can lead a program of your own design. So we didn't teach towards here's how you run an editathon. That was entirely up to our learners. So just the fact that they did so much editing in the course was really very, very gratifying to us. So some survey questions. What did our learners learn? I think that these results really speak for themselves. People gained a lot of confidence in understanding how Wikipedia worked. They went from 61% of people not knowing how to edit Wikipedia to afterwards only 2% saying that they didn't know how to edit Wikipedia. And then helping a colleague with Wikipedia, that was also a big shift. And one of the post-engagement one of the engagement plans that people frequently cited was wanting to be able to teach their peers how to use Wikipedia. That was another unexpected colleague. I just wanted to share some outcomes of our class. We have a lengthy report as part of our final report online. You can see many quotes from the follow-up survey. People can't stop talking about how much they love to work with Wikipedia. Really liked our take it slow approach, this foundational approach with Wikipedia, an appreciation for the checks and balances that Wikipedia has built in. And here's one of my favorite quotes. We had many people, to my surprise, who signed up for the course who kind of went into Wikipedia holding their nose in a way. I feel like it's my spinach and I need to eat it because it's good for me. I don't really want to. But this person, I'm a change librarian now, somebody who feels that Wikipedia is really worthy. And I've heard this from several of our course participants that one of the biggest things that they took away from the course was the ethos to be bold. We have all of our course materials along with the Librarians Who Wikipedia Stories series is available on our website. There's a short URL, oc.lc, OCLC Wiki Live. And then I also invite you to read the final report. And I will put these, I will put a link to these slides in the presentation, so you don't need to scramble to pick these up. So I want to switch over to our colleague, Samia, who couldn't be here today, asked me to give her presentation on her behalf. Samia is a incredibly, represents our really international community. She's currently in New Zealand, has been in Saudi Arabia, and has also worked in Pakistan. So she is a new editor who took our Wikipedia and Libraries course and asked some questions for herself and fellow librarians and academicians in Saudi Arabia who belong from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sudan, Egypt, and Yemen. Why do we berate Wikipedia? So similar to in our course, and received the same questions that it is not written by scholars and does not provide trustworthy information. And then following that question was how do we as librarians improve it? The answers were, I don't have time to write articles for Wikipedia. Can I even do that? I don't have very many IT skills. What benefit will it give me on my job? And this is something that we heard in our course also. People are really looking for concrete skills. What will this do for me in my job? They all think, just like I do, that I can't use it before attending this course. There's a huge gap of awareness and a need for inclusion, in her observation. So what holds us as librarians back to contribute, in reality, is our starting point. We need to provide awareness, as well as some help and incentives to attract contributors by providing answers to how. Take a start on a technological platform of understanding, deciding on subject interest, what, not major write-ups, but minor edits. If you're not good with English writing, write in your native language. Why? Motivations, address the motivations. What will this give me? What will this do for my particular job? Who? Reinforce that anyone can edit. And when and where? How much time do I need to give, and where can I do that? So these are the answers that she was having to provide in conversations with people. So she feels that 3 things are important to consider and attract and sustain the motivation of new editors. So the motivation, task management, and incentive mechanisms, and other than that, an understanding of cultural, regional, and social factors can help. And I'd say that when you're working with a professional group of practice, understanding what the motivations of librarians are in your particular context is really useful. So enthusiasm and resistance coexist because potential editors are unaware and uncertain, as well as unsure of the value of contribution and the terms of commitment. So people are held back by that, but also propelled forward by enthusiasm. So her future plans for Pakistan is running an orientation and training event for librarians and library and information students in Pakistan, with collaboration of the local library associations and library schools, and also to extend awareness campaign for literary circles and the general public. So she has a path, one of our learners who has an engagement path going forward. And that's the end of these 2 presentations. And then we'll switch over to, you guys ready?
Okay.
Take it away, and then we can take questions at the end.
Hello, so thank you so much for having us. We are Aida Murrieta and Silvia Gutierrez from Mexico, and we're going to talk about the project we made in our home university. So we come from El Colegio de Mexico, which is a university in Mexico City of higher learning and research in social sciences and humanities. Not fun to brag, but it's like Science Po in Paris, you know, pretty cool. And our library is delivers a very clear message because it's 60% of the building. So it's, you know, it's the heart. And we have, I mean, now that the Library of Congress has delivered their data, I mean, their numbers is just like, oh, okay, 25 kilometers, surprising. But, you know, we do good work with what we have. And this last year, we got a grant from the Wikimedia Foundation to do this project of the first Wikipedian in academic residence, I mean in an academic library. And you can read the project, we will share the links. And after a year, we think we have to share what we've learned, right? So,
do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
European standards.
Well, we did the first lesson, and our first problem was that all documentation is in English. So we have the Wiki library, learning patterns, Facebook groups, GLAM. All those documentation is in English, and also when we document things, even when we are on a Spanish-speaking country, we document it in English. So I don't know why we do this, because that doesn't work for the US or Europe. Our experiences doesn't work for them, and we are even documented that on English. So That was our first problem, and what we do to solve it was to document what we're doing in Spanish, and we have made workshops. We have all the recordings, they are in Spanish. We have also we have made handbooks, and these handbooks are in Spanish, and they're really
Useful.
yeah, because we put like step 1, open your account. Step 2, type this thing. They are really, really clear, and they are in Spanish. So we've done materials. We participate in the Un Viv Un Rev campaign. That was the One Live One Rev Spanish campaign. We made a Facebook group for this campaign in Spanish for support other institutions that joined. And well, we like right now we having this international conversation that it's fine, so we can bring all the knowledge back to our country and share in our native language. So these are some examples of what I was talking. We make a workshop about Un Viv Un Rev. We teach other institutions, our other libraries, how to participate, because this is really new for libraries in our country. And we made manuals. For example, this is how to create an account of Wikipedia. And well, the step 1 is go to the Wikipedia page on Spanish. And for every workshops I have given are class plans, and these class plans we are planning to load them to Wikimedia Commons, so to be useful for everyone who speaks Spanish, or even if you don't speak Spanish, you can even use it and adapt it for your code.
So sorry, I was just so excited I forgot to say she's our Wikipedian in residence, I think. And one thing we love about her is that well, she's a librarian, right? And I think this is very important that Wikipedian in residence knows to speak librarian, you know. And she was trained, like she trained herself to be a Wikipedian in residence, so she knows the process of not being so involved and then engaging. So one of the things, as Merle was saying, that was difficult is that you have to make it relevant, right? And surprisingly, not everyone likes Wikipedia, as you were mentioning, right? Like this knows, what is it, the expression? Like, we don't want to do this, or why do we have to do more work? And yeah, for us, it was also very important because we had very nice conversations with Monica, and she shared like all the things that they have learned. To make it relevant. So one thing we found that it was very surprising is that so librarians tend to be behind the scenes, yeah? And what we wanted is to make people know what librarians do. So we made campaigns where they were the face of the campaign, yeah? So this was really cool because if they embrace it, then let them be the face of it. Also, I think that another very difficult thing is that every time you ask a librarian, what do you do? They just say everything, right? They have a lot of work. They do too many tasks and so on. And so our solution was to convince our superiors. This is key, because once your superiors are convinced, they're gonna make the time for these type of events. And I would love to say, I didn't bring it as a quote, but this is our library dean, our library director, Micaela Chavez. And the last editathon, she wrote me an email saying, I was so worried what I was going to do once I retired, but now I can say I'm a Wikipedian. And I was like crying reading the email, because yeah, this is what librarians do. They like to share. They like to share knowledge. And this is, as they were saying, this is a win-win situation. This is our mission, and yeah. So okay, now we haven't seen how much many other projects ask for, and we asked for too little maybe. But that's as Quixote says, that makes you be inventive, okay? When you have little resources, you have to come up with ideas. So one thing that has been very useful is that we have used our university's lab books, you know, for our editathons. So we curate some of our university's production, and yeah, when the subject is related to the editathon, then that's our prizes. And that has been also nice for our university because they are glad that our books get read, right? Also, another thing that we've done is to collaborate with other universities and other libraries. I'm sorry, is something wrong? Okay. So for instance, the t-shirts were printed by another university, and we provided the books, and then the Wikimedia chapter provided the stickers. So we all came together with different prices, and that made our editathon very successful. Not only because of the prices, but also because of the people.
I'm remembering now, I forgot to say that about the language, it is not enough for us just to translate what is in English, because we have a different context, so those things don't work for us. So we don't have those resources, and we don't have that infrastructure. So it doesn't work that way for us, so that's why we got to create new plans. So the continuity of this project, we found a few problems on this. The first one was that academic writing can be a bad habit. On the workshops I have given, so many people were academics, and it was really, really hard to make them find out that they cannot write on Wikipedia like they do in her or his academic papers. So that was really, really hard. And well, the solution for this was patient and reconfirm. All the time I was saying like, you cannot do this, because I said like, okay, do you understand? Yes, we do. And when I just go to the computers and check, and I told you cannot do this. Oh, yeah, you told me, okay, I changed it. And then I come back after, and they have done it again. So I had to be really patient and reconfirm all the time the difference between write on an academic paper and on Wikipedia. The second was all the students are on postgraduates, and they have no time for doing anything else. They just have time for school, homework, and research. They don't have time for anything else really. So the solution was to make workshops and editathons. So in this way, they think as a part of their formation.
Yeah.
Their
Formación, someone in Spanish, how do you say it in English? Training. As part of
the training, so they make space in their agenda for going to the workshops and for go to the editathon. So they make the space, they go, they learn, and then when it's an editathon, they come back and they use what they have learned on the workshops. And the third problem was that they haven't, was surprising for me that old people were more interested in writing on Wikipedia than young people. I thought it would be the other way, but in our case, it was old people who were more interested. So we thought it was because they have something to say and they are so specialized that they know so much about the topic and the young people doesn't. So our solution was to contribute with other projects like Wikidata, because they don't have so specialized, but they just general things they can add here.
Yeah, so thank you.
going to the light. So I would like to tell you in my 5 minutes, my only 5 minutes, about a course that we teach in the Vidyalin College of Education in Jerusalem. First, I want to present you Liora Halperin. Liora, can you raise your hand? Liora is my partner, and we both participated in the course, in the online course Marilee just told you about, the OCLC course, and actually we combine it with the idea of taking a course that I've been teaching in the MLS, yes, Master in Library Studies in the Vidyalin College for the last decades, and I'm teaching the course about content, digital content in cultural heritage institutions. And what Liora and I did, that we took the idea of taking Wikipedia and Wikimedia in general and using it as a platform for librarians to learn how to be active, how to be proactive in the area of content, digital content in cultural heritage institutions. So I want to tell you about our experience, about our results, and about our conclusion about it. So we called our presentation Born Wikipedians, and I think it represents the concept of why we did it. As Marilee said, or the name of the session, why before how. The idea to integrate, let's say, wiki studies, maybe I establish a new area, a new academic area. The idea to teach it within the professional training phase. I mean, while being in academic studies, teaching librarianship, it might be a master degree level or a diploma level. The idea to teach it in the phase where you are at your first stages, where you are in your born phase, had two-folded target. One is, as I said, is to get the librarian to develop a self-perception of themselves about their I would say their role as librarian as a much more proactive in the digital area ecosystem. Not only the traditional phases or the traditional jobs as librarians, but also as contributors. So that was one of the reasons we decided to do that. The second reason was that Wikipedia and Wikimedia is actually the most used database that our patron is using. So if we teach them LexisNexis and other databases and e-journals and other resources in other courses while studying MLS studies, so why don't we teach them very deeply what is Wikipedia, how it works, what is Wikimedia, what other initiatives of Wikimedia is? Why don't we address the basic concept of how librarian sees Wikipedia as? We don't recommend them to use that. You said that, and I'm sure every librarian in the room said this sentence or heard the sentence from patrons. So we believe that knowledge, as we know, knowledge is power. And once you know Wikipedia better, your attitude towards Wikipedia and your proactive attitude towards Wikipedia and towards your job as a librarian will change. So now let's go what we did with that. So we combined three partners to prepare our course. The one is Wikimedia Israel. We met our friends at Wikimedia Israel, and they say, we will help you in anything you need. We must understand the unsolved relationship between Wikipedia and librarian. It is as if it's a very organic relationship, but something doesn't work. help us understand why, help us understand how can we coordinate it more in a fruitful way with librarian. So that was our first partner. The second partner were Merrily and the team in the OCLC course. We used the course material. We got everything from OCLC, and just with 3 clicks, we imported it into our Moodle learning system. We also used Moodle in the course, in the OCLC course. So I encourage you to do that, because as Merrily said, all the materials are open and you can reuse it. So we took the course as an architecture base for our course. But then we had to see, we saw that, as you mentioned, that the language, and also not only the language, also the local community guidelines. The time is finished, so only 2 minutes. Let's see. Sorry. Okay, I got it. Okay. So what we saw is that also the guidelines of the local community has to be understood and has to be delivered. It's quite different. I don't know, quite different, but might be different from the general guidelines. Are you speaking Hausa? Okay. So what we did is just a few pictures. So what we did is that we built the course as a PBL, a project-based learning approach, and the student had to write an article. They had a lot of tasks, getting to know Wikipedia better, but the final task was to write a full article of their own in the Hebrew Wikipedia. We got to get very high awareness of the Open GLAM and all the things that were done in Open GLAM. They get to meet the local wiki community. We had a panel, and the faces behind the faces behind the Wikipedia. And at last, as Merrily said, at last they had to write an engagement plan for their own library where they are active. And it was very, very exciting, very enthusiastic, how they planned to integrate Wikipedia and what they have learned in their own libraries. So I want my last one is to show you the outcome of, we used the same survey as Merrily said, and I want to point into 2 main achievements. One is the changeover that we saw in their Wikipedia reliability perception. You can see here, it's the most left one. You can see the orange one, the orange column, how the reliability perception is much higher than it was at the beginning. The blue is the survey at the beginning of the course, and the orange is at the end. And on the right hand, you can see the right column. The blue one, I don't know how to edit Wikipedia. I mean, no, the opposite. I don't know how to edit it, and I know how to edit, and I'm sure how to edit and how to teach it. So we can definitely see that we achieved what we wanted to achieve. The lesson learned, and I'm finishing. The lesson learned is the first thing we have to address is things that you said also. Who am I to write to Wikipedia? Who am I? I mean, librarians tend to be very modest, very intrusive personalities, and be bold is not something that is kind of librarian types. So we have to address this. We saw that the professional empowerment was something that we achieved. I'm not sure they would say the first sentence anymore. And we thought that it might be a good idea to combine between subject specialists and librarian in order to facilitate the writing skills. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe we can do the questions after all of our presentation, so we can make up a little bit for time. I like this spot, but is it working? Okay. GLAM, great. So just technical kind of things we have to do. Oh, you get to see my desktop.
Beautiful.
It's from the Rijksmuseum. You can get them for free actually on their website. So here I am with I think the best presentation title I ever had. Thanks to Shani. I didn't make this up myself, so thank you, Shani. Keeping it sweet at the GLAM Museum. I need to get my notes here also. It's also very important, of course. Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm from the Netherlands, and I work at Erfgoed Gelderland, which is, I learned yesterday, the correct English term for this, a meta organization working on a provincial level to support small heritage institutions with everything that comes with running a collection and running a museum. So we do digitization, we do educational programs, we do registration, we have a whole team of curators that help with the preservers of collections. And my job over there is I'm not only a Wikipedian resident, but I'm also a digital information officer, so I help our members with every step it takes to get their collections on the internet. I'm here to tell you the story of how the GLAM Museum made its first steps on Wikimedia, and we were supposed to be two of us here today telling this story to you. The director of the GLAM Museum, Alexander van Steen, she was also supposed to be here, but unfortunately she's not. So she made this video for you to introduce herself and explain why she unfortunately could not be here. So let's, I'm introducing Alexandra to you. I hope there's sound. Oh, wait. You have to put sound on your laptop, of course, if you want to get sound on your videos. Well, I put it off because I was testing his video actually earlier. So, yes.
Hi, I'm Alexandra van Steen. I'm the director of this museum. We will show you the cooperation with Wikipedia. I want to thank Wikipedia for having me here and make this presentation with Michelle van Landschot. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in Rio because I am ill. I am being treated for breast cancer, and therefore it's impossible for me to be with you in Tel Aviv. But I hope the presentation will give you a good example of how Wikipedia can help small museums like ours. I wish you all a very good conference, and I hope to see you some other time. Bye.
So, Alexandra is at the end of her treatment, and we all hope she gets well very soon. So, what I wanted to talk to you about today, I'm really struggling with this. What I wanted to talk to you about today is the GLAM Museum, and now my cursor is of course over here. There we go. Okay, so first I'm going to do a little bit of setting the stage. I have a sort of geographical reference to where this GLAM Museum or Flipje and Tiel Flipje en Streekmuseum in Tiel, or FEST, to use a fancy English acronym, is located. Then I'm going to tell you a bit about the museum itself, the GLAM Corporation as part of their digital strategy, and finally some recipes for success. Alexandra and I could up for you if you want to work with small GLAM institutions, or if you are a small GLAM institution wanting to work with Wikimedia. So, setting the stage. This is the Netherlands, for some of you that might not know that. Who here has been to the International GLAM Conference in The Hague? Last GLAM Wiki conference? Oh, 3 hands, yeah. So, you know, The Hague is to the east of the Netherlands. The province of Gelderland is the big green thing you see on the right side. It's the biggest province of the Netherlands by square land acres. This is a more detailed view. It has a very rich history. The Romans, they were there. There were some big duchies in the Middle Ages, and in the Second World War, there has been some heavy fighting going on there with the Allied forces trying to push the Nazis back to Germany. I don't know who of you saw the movie Bridge Too Far? Oh, only 2. Well, that's it's a good movie, and it takes place in Arnhem, the city where I work, which is over. Oh, I don't see it well. It's in Arnhem, trust me. The setting of the story is Tiel, so if you look to the left, you can see it over there. Do I have this? Yes. This is Tiel. And that's where the museum is set. This is one of the oldest cities of the Netherlands. It's been around since 850, and at the moment there's a little more than 40,000 inhabitants. It's very strategically situated between 2 rivers, the Waal and the Linge, and because of that strategic position, it has held a big history in trade and in defense-wise. And that's very important for the story about the Jam Museum. It is situated in the Betuwe, which is a rural area that is known for its fruit production, and so jam. And along the walls of the city, which you can see quite clearly on that side, lies the Flipje en Streekmuseum, the FEST, the Jam Museum. This is the backside of the museum. You can see it is situated in a very pretty old building. It's called the Watergate or Waterpoort, and it was built in 1647 as a defense gate. And I have to peek. In 1976, the building next to the gate, so this big building there, which was a society, it was adapted as a museum for the collection of the Historical Association that had been collecting stuff about the region of Tiel for a couple of decades already. And in 2002, the collection of the Flipje and Jam Museum was added to that collection. So, you might be thinking, who is Flipje? This is Flipje. He is the mascot of the largest jam producing manufacturer in the Netherlands. It's called the Betuwe Company. They also export their jams and other food products internationally. He has a body which is covered in, they look like berries, but they're actually apples, according to, I learned from Alexandra when I was there. He lives in gnome land, and from his birth onwards he goes on little adventures with his friends, and people from the generation of my parents, they could read about that in little comic books you would get when you bought a jar of Betuwe jam. So, just to give you an impression, please look a little bit blurry, I'm sorry about that, of what the Jam Museum looks like from the inside. To the left, you see the comic books exposed, what I was talking about in the left upper corner. To the right, there's 18th century style chamber At the bottom, we have this 3D map of the city of Tiel with all sorts of sounds and lighting effects. And in the bottom right corner, there is my favorite part of the museum. It's a mock-up jam factory where you can actually stir the kettle and see how heavy that kind of work used to be. The Fest is a very small museum. They have 3 paid staff working there. Alexandra, as the director, is one of them. There's one office manager and one financial officer. They are on part-time, and there's one part-time curator. Furthermore, all the work that needs to be done in the museum is done by volunteers. So everything from collection registration to guiding to photography, everything you could think of, it's mostly done by volunteers. And they get a wide array of visitors. There are little children that visit, sometimes with their families, sometimes with their schools. We have the inhabitants of Tiel that are frequent visitors because they are very embedded in their society and they have a great network. They set up a special program for people with disabilities to make the museum more accessible to them as well. And also for the elderly, and there's also students visiting the museum. This is a sort of selection of the collections you find there. Top left is a triptych by Jan Wennes de Kok, which is the how do you say that? The best painting they have around there. They're very proud of it. To the right side is an old jam jar. So there's also a lot of collections surrounding jam production and the Betuwe Corporation. That round thing on the left is the backbone of a whale made into a plate so you can eat from it. It's one of the objects from the archaeological collection they have there. In the middle is a silver tobacco sniff jar made by a famous silversmith from Tiel. And to the right is a medal of a famous general who fought with Napoleon and who was actually also born in Tiel. So it's a very diverse collection and really related to the history and of the region and of the people living there. So, GLAM at the Jam Museum. Alexandra, as director of the museum, has always embraced digital innovation ever since she became the director there. So the first step they took is that they were one of the founding participants of Collectie Gelderland, Collection Gelderland. I don't know how Gelderland translates in English, but Gelderland. This is a shared digital collection website for museums that don't have the means to set up their own servers, to pay their own developers to make a collection website, so they can still show their collection online. It was set up in 2001, and at that time this was still a very scary step for museums because they were afraid that if they put their collections online, nobody would visit them in their institutions anymore. That fortunately was proven to be untrue. After Collectie Gelderland, they set up an educational program for primary school kids. It's called Travel Through Time. They also created some games on the history and the collections of the museum. And you can play these games at home or at the museum itself. And over there you can see Alexandra as an avatar guiding the kids through the game and teaching them how to play it. And there's also a wide array of presentation tools. This is a VR film that was made about an archaeological excavation that was done in the vicinity of Tiel. And in this film, which you can see if you scan the QR code, I will put it on the comments, of course, this presentation. It takes a bit of a while to load. there are objects that are in the museum's collection. And last but not least, part of the digital strategy, they put up a very strong social media strategy. Oh, this one's also a bit blurry, sorry. Because Alexandra's motto is, when you're not present on the internet, it's the same as not picking up your phone. So they developed this strategy specifically for the media to be more visible. 86% of their target audience is online, and that was good reason to set it up. So this is their Facebook page, and in the background you can see our royal couple talking to Flipje. For Alexandra, logical next step in their digital strategy was Wikimedia. So in 2017, Erfurt Gelderland set up a Wikipedia in Residence project together with Wikimedia Netherlands. And the aim of this project was to get more regional heritage on Wikimedia. We already had some big corporations with the National Archives, with the Royal Library, with the Rijksmuseum, but not so much with small regional GLAM institutions, because well, they didn't really have the means to go about that. So this was a pilot project to see if they could share their stuff on Wikimedia and how they could go about that. FES was one of the 7 institutions that joined in. We had 4 museums and 3 archives participating, and the setup was residencies of 6 weeks at every institution. There were workshops. We wrote up a manual for them to work independently with Wikimedia after the project was over. It's very big document, it's over 100 pages. And we also got them WIKI coaches, which are experienced Wikimedians living in the vicinity of the institution that could help them with their next steps on Wikimedia. So the aim for the FEST to join in with this project was to reach a different audience, more national audience, maybe even more international audience, and also to present their materials at the place people would look for it. As you all might know, if you add your stuff to Wikimedia, it gets pretty well indexed by Google, so putting it there is putting it where people are searching for it. And they wanted to share their collections and their regional knowledge. So, what did we do in the time I was there? We trained the volunteers who worked in the registration department to upload images with a visual uploader. We had a little bit of copyright training. That's of course also important if you want to share your stuff on Wikimedia Commons. We organized 3 editathons with members of the Historical Association, which you can see to the left. There's Alexandra and me wondering about something, and they are looking at us in awe, not knowing what to expect. We also found a great wiki coach for the fest. She was a local inhabitant of Tiel, and she was a very active Wikipedian, so we're really lucky about that. So, why, in our opinion, did it work out well with Wikimedia over there, and what would we have done different if we could do it again? First thing I thought was really important that everybody who worked on the project there had a really can-do attitude. Alexandra is a very innovative and experimental person. She's really willing to try everything and see how it works out. She's very open to new ideas, and from the start of this project she's been a real wiki ambassador without even knowing the specific details of what that would entail. But she also had a very realistic approach about how to go about the project and how much work they would be able to do. And also the volunteers and the members of the Historical Association, they were really also daring and willing to try new things. At the same time, if a project has one ambassador, namely Alexandra, this is a little dangerous because if that person gets ill or leaves for another job, how do you go about keeping the project running at an institution? And to support in this, we at Erfurt Gelderland are making Wikimedia part of our annual work plan so we can keep on supporting all the institutions that are working with it. Second thing I thought was really wonderful about the city of Tiel is that the museum was in very close contact with, I already mentioned the Historical Association, but also with town life and society. And it is a very vibrant and lively museum, and they have a lot of activities where people who live there are also very interested in. So, and also, Alexandra is a well-known and very approachable person, and our WIKI coach is also a well-known and very approachable person from the city. So it was very easy for them to advocate the project and the work they were doing there. This is not the first clock I've seen at this conference, but it resembles the same thing. And I think it also worked very well because they took it slow and they took their time. They joined in with the base of the museum, they did small uploads or only thematic uploads. This is a sort of overview of the digital strategy. They got way more visitors after the digital strategy became a fact. It also helped them focus, and they got more participation with the city and with society, and it also created relevance for them to find funding and participate in new projects. From a GLAM point of view, the fest is also getting nice figures. 87.5% of the images, there are a total of 38 images online at the moment, are being used, mostly in Dutch Wikipedia. And sharing the WikiWay also made them think about things like copyright and open data and the importance of their connections on a national level. So, some tips and tricks from Alexandra and me. Wikipedia is the cherry on the cake, so in this case it really helped to complement the digital strategy they had. Be good and thorough, so we went for quality instead of quantity in this project. Don't do it on your own. Work together with another institution or with a meta-organization like Erfurt Gelderland. Get a Wikipedian residence, and if you can't get a Wikipedian residence, there's probably a Wikipedian in your surrounding that might be able to help you with your first steps. And it's fun working together. We got that back from the organizations that joined in the project. We got together with the workshops and they could really share their experiences, but also sometimes complain about how difficult it was to get something done on Wikipedia, and so it created a sort of group feeling. That's it, I think, for what I wanted to tell you about the GLAM Museum. I'm looking forward to answering your questions, and if you ask your questions, then I have one more question for you as well. So, who has a question?
I have to ask, do they have jam on display? Or?
Only jam jars, but some of them are unopened. So the jam jar you saw, it's from, I think, before the war, and there's still something inside there. Don't know what it looks like, but yeah.
The slide, like before and after, is amazing. I wanted to ask if you also had some experience with what yesterday they talked about, like enriching the knowledge that you had about your collection.
You mean crowdsourced, getting stuff back? No, we haven't gotten as far as also getting knowledge back from what people do on Wikipedia with it, but we are looking for that in the continuity of this project. So no experience on that front yet, but will be. I think we have to, yeah? Okay, I just wanted to ask you one question, if I could take a picture of you waving at Alexandra so I can put it on a postcard for her. So, 1, 2, 3. One more, yeah. Great, thank you guys.
Yo de hecho quería ir al otro, ver cómo se siente. Sí, yo también. Was that free? That was free.
Well, thanks for staying. So I'm going to present our very recent experience with the first WIKI town in Bulgaria. WIKI towns are not something really very new. This is something that has existed in the Wikiverse for quite a time. This is the first time when we had it in Bulgaria. And I guess that some specifics of the local context will probably make it useful to hear, to replicate, not make our mistakes. and it makes it different from what was implemented in other places. This talk was originally submitted by my colleague Spasmir Pilev, but since he couldn't attend, I'm the one who is delivering the talk, but I was also the second most involved person from Wikipedia, so I have the credibility. Just like the previous presentation, to give you an idea about how big initiative we are taking, or about how small, actually, in this case. Wikibadograd is a rather small town. This is not a very big municipality in the frames of the Sofia province district near the capital. So it's not very far from the capital, from us, because both of us are from Sofia, which makes it logistically possible. But also the other thing which has to be known about Botevgrad, the town with which we cooperated, is that basically no one relates it with anything. Like, there is no very famous thing there, something which is a touristic, like a reason to go for tourism there. There is no very big monument, church, or rock phenomenon, or whatever. So it was really very challenging on this side, and also was the reason why there were not so many articles about the municipality, about the town, about the villages around, which actually made it really a very good idea to approach it. But if you think that we approach it because of this, you're wrong, because again, it is a matter of luck. It was lucky that we had someone in the municipality of this town, and the local government, who was very enthusiastic about Wikipedia, and who wanted to promote such a cooperation. And when this was a talk on the table, like late evening, having beers, having fun, and someone from the company just mentioned, there are wiki towns in the Wikiverse, and there is none in Bulgaria. And this person was like, oh, we want to have this in Bulgaria, we want to be the first to implement it. So it was very important to have someone really very dedicated, who is not Wikipedian, but very much believed in Wikipedia. So basically, this is not because we chose the place to have this first wiki town, but because the place chose us. Yes.
I'm not sure I know what WikiTown is.
WikiTown is an initiative where the Wiki community collaborates with the local municipality in order to have more visibility of Wikipedia, place QR codes
near monuments, near buildings that are notable, that have their articles in Wikipedia. Also, it very often engages the international community to translate articles about this town, to make it internationally more visible, to improve the content, not only on Wikipedia, but also in related sister projects, more photos, and things like this. So every wiki town is different because it depends on how the local community can relate with the local government, with the town, what are the specifics of the towns. Basically, there are not two wiki towns that are alike. Everyone will be different. I think the first one was in Wales, in Monmouth. There was in Gibraltar, in Thessaloniki, probably about 5 or 6. So we were something like 6th or 7th. Okay, so what was specific in our case was that we very much involved the GLAMs in the town, in the municipality. I'll talk more about it. Altogether, we had more than 60 participants, and it happened in over a period from October last year to the end of May this year in 3 stages. And as you will see, some of the efforts involve digitization of the content in the museum. So this is an image from their archive. Also, we wrote more than 140 articles in Bulgarian Wikipedia about things like people who were born or died or lived in this place. There were not so many. Because the town is really very small, and very often these people, even if they were born there, they will live most of their time in Sofia, because Sofia is close and Sofia is the capital. There were not a lot of articles before this, and now we created them about all the local mayors. Also information about protected natural territories on the territory of the municipality. This is such an example. You see here Zelana, our plushie, which is symbol of the wiki town. Wiki Botograd, because this protected territory, Muhalnica, is the only place in the world where this kind of frogs have annual migration. So it resides in many places in the world, but only here in this location it has its reasons dating back from the Pliocene to migrate. So it's really very interesting story. We wrote about local monuments, about you'll see a picture how we commented, about natural phenomena, about the villages, and about institutions like the libraries all around these villages in the municipality, and the museum itself. In addition, we wrote, actually not we wrote, we asked people to write for us articles about Wiki Botograd, about Botograd and the region in English, and as you can see, in French, German, Croatian, Russian, Ukrainian, Romanian, Turkish, Lithuanian, Belarusian, Bashkir. Some of them are very popular, some of them are very exotic languages. And this is thanks to the CEE Spring, the Central and Eastern European competition, which is 10 weeks long every year, already 4 years, where we engage the resources of the whole region. We write about others. So we asked people who would like to write about Bulgaria to write about Botograd. And we made the town much more popular than it was before. This is probably the most notable thing which Botograd is associated with. A clock tower dated from, I think, 17th century. So it's like the symbol of the town. It also became part of the symbol of Wiki Botograd. And it is really in central square, very beautiful old building, preserved. And practically, yeah, one of the things which people will associate the town, if ever. Now this article is written in 11 different languages. Also, we engage the local community, not only to write articles, not only to translate articles, but also to upload photos and to scan documents from the local museum, from the library. So we have There's more than 1,000 uploaded photos and documents. And because there is a local photographer who is ornithologist, it wasn't planned, but it became the focus, one of the emphasis of the photo competition in the frames of the WIKI photograph, that we have the local flora and fauna very well documented. Yeah. And also, this is a collaboration again with the museum and with the library. The most notable person from this town is a poet who died very young in the First World War. And his, this poem of his, My Son, is dedicated to his son. He was barely born when Staman Panchev, this is the poet, had to go to the front, to the war front, and where he died. So it is probably one of the most touching poems in Bulgarian poetry about the relation between the parent and son and their kid. So and now, because this person is already in the public domain, we had all his poetic collection. It is called With the Quill and the Sword, but also there are also some other poems out of this collection, which are now digitized, uploaded to Wikisource. So we tried in the frames of WikiTown, of this WikiTown, to also integrate not only Wikipedia, not only Commons, which are the top of minds, but also Wikisource. To have this working, we had several trainings in the beginning and in the course of the WikiTown project. Trainings of students. Sometimes they will be sent by their teachers to come to our trainings rather than stay their classes, because they obviously felt that our trainings is more important. So we had classes of students from the town and from the villages around. We also trained some of the librarians and the school teachers, and we also had this phototon in the museum. While the trainings in the library were like 4 or 5, the phototon was just 1. But probably the good thing about the museum is that they change sometimes their exhibitions. So maybe this year, later this year, we can have again a phototon and we will see new things there. Unfortunately, they could not, for a number of reasons, they could not show us everything. They could not remove for us the window panes so that we can take pictures from closer distance without the blicks from the lightning. But they were very cooperative. They did the most that they could in order to help us document most of this knowledge in the museum. And the other thing which is important to mention is that museum staffers, museum directors sometimes are very hostile against Wikipedians because they believe that this will steal visitors from there. If their collection is online, if this will give no reason for people to go to the actual museum. I think that at least in Bulgaria, in smaller museums, we have this other way around. Like in smaller museums, you'll see much more cooperative people who see this as a chance for their collections to be ever visible, to people to know about the existence of this museum. And to make this, otherwise Vodograd is a town near the highway where you will only stop to go to the loo or to buy a drink in the local gas station. And now, with knowing more about the treasures of this museum, this will give more people the reason to actually go to the town, have a look, visit the museum. So they found in us a way to promote themselves, and this was our selling, our pitch point. Now, after the end of the Vodograd initiative with the Vodograd, we made a statistic that for the last 1 year, compared to the 1 year before this, the Vodograd-related articles had almost 50% higher visibility, more page views. More people understood about Vodograd and clicked on the links, and And this was important from the public relations point of view, and this was the motivation why this person, I'll show her picture in the end, this is Lava, who was our, our man in Havana, our person in disguise, Wikipedian in disguise. The reason is that until recently, the local government was mainly associated in media with corruption, with bad practices, and the new mayor wants to change the whole perception of the town, and this was for him. But we absolutely forbid any political writing on Wikipedia in the frames of this. So it was not a way for them to make white PR and to hide unpleasant details, but just the other way around, to make more about the unknown story of Watergrad known nowadays. Also, during these 7 or 8 months of the Wiki Watergrad initiative, it participated in 2 different touristic exhibitions, touristic fairs in Sofia. There was even one, I'm sorry I did not include it, but there was a picture with the Minister of Tourism, who stopped here and talked with Spasimir, with Slava about the problems of the town. So the fact that we have Wiki Watergrad is already a reason why the Minister of Tourism will get interested in this town and see how they can help the town to grow and solve some of their problems. And some lessons learned. Of course, this is nothing new, nothing, how to say, surprising. Collaboration with top-down structure like municipal government is in no way similar and comparable to what grassroots volunteering, which we are doing, is. So this was one of the things which I felt that we would have problem, but we really had very huge problem in the beginning. How to collaborate with top-down institution, with a very hierarchical institution, where every decision has to be decided on, every solution, every decision has to be made on several levels, where if you miss a level, if you do not follow the subordination, then huge problems there will be nasty comments behind your back, there will be people who will not cooperate in the future with you if you have skipped them just in order for have this decision taken in more operative, in more timely manner. So this was something which we kind of expected, but it really hurt very much when in the beginning we had to start working with them and to teach them that our way of decision making, our way of collaboration is actually very much different, and they also have to adapt to our way of working, not only for us to adapt to theirs. Yeah, what I mentioned, it wouldn't be possible if we didn't have a really very dedicated person inside the government, the local government team, in the public relations team, who was practically orchestrating their work in order for them to work more smoothly with us. In this atmosphere, the GLAM, the 2 GLAM institutions, the regional library and the regional museum were our best friends and interface, because although they are municipal, like state-owned, they are also doing so much of our work. They understand us much better. They are much more flexible in terms of decision making. So they were very often the problem solvers and those who were doing our job. So yeah, our interface. It was important that we managed to change their perception of Wikipedia. Of course, we speak here about the reliability of information in Wikipedia, which, of course, especially librarians are very much hesitant, and but they really got enthusiastic when they understood that they also can be the change which they want to see in this world. And also the idea that Wikipedia is competitor to them. It was also one thing which we very easily solved because they actually learned and saw that we can bring them new people rather than make people like shoo them away from the museum, from the library. But the other thing which also was important that I think that we tried at least started changing their perception of volunteering. In the beginning, they would think that because we are volunteers in Wikipedia, we are people with no job and all the time in the world, which is not true. I'm a researcher in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. Spasimir is editor in a very big textbook publishing house. So we are people of knowledge and we are really very busy people. And the fact that we are stealing from our time which we can dedicate to other Wikipedia or non-Wikipedia things, like there is also real life sometimes, I don't know whether you know, but and we are dedicating this time to them, to their town. This really, after a point, they started appreciating this. It took us some time to change their perception that volunteer is a jobless person who has no qualification. For this reason, they are volunteering and has no other way to spend their time. This was probably one of the very good outcomes. Because after this, they said that they will try to do some other volunteering, like to engage other volunteers to do some work for them, but also to be more, let's say, to understand better the needs of volunteers who come and volunteer for them. And also, there is one specific lesson here. Part of the librarians with which we did the trainings, with whom we did the trainings, with whom we did the editathons and wrote the articles together, we helped them. They did most of the work alone, but of course we had to help. Are librarians from the small villages around the town, or within the town, who are specialized in documenting the local ethnography. They are basically treasures. They are people who are doing field work by documenting, by interviewing elderly people, sometimes just in time before people die, because people have the very unpleasant property to die. So they are interviewing people, they are collecting their memories from times like before 1940s, before the communism, or times with, or asking them to sing songs for them, and doing really field work, which the thing here is that these librarians, we spoke with like 4 or 5 people who are doing this kind of ethnographic work. They are themselves already elderly people because they understand the need to document this dying history. This is more typical of people who themselves are already in the Middle Ages or even elderly, and who would like to keep this history alive, to catch it just before it dies. So for this reason, they often did not have time or desire to learn new things, like new technologies and wiki things. They would say, this time which I will dedicate to learn Wikipedia, to learn your software, to learn your rules, to learn everything, I will spend with people who next month already will be like in hospital or in the grave. So, sorry, I know it sounds a little bit dark, but this is what we were told, and this is the truth. Some people are really the last people who are able to give information about what was before 1940s, for instance, and we are the last people who are able to say about this. So when they told us we have no time without you, it was really very big lesson that even if they wanted, even if we wanted to convert them into Wikipedians, especially with this group of librarians, there is no such a way, because they really are doing very precious work, and they're running against the time. So in this moment, we identified that actually this is a very big missing link between these kind of specialists of ethographers and us, because we also being volunteers for the Wikimedia movement, also being not totally engaged only in this Wikipedia work, are also not able to dedicate that time that they need for us to for instance, transcribe their or translate their written materials from written text or from sound recordings to wiki-compatible formats, to plain text, to OCR their work. And it is really very difficult, at least in a small community like ours. We don't have that many people who would be able to do this interface, to be this missing link. So this is like an open problem so far. I think that we still need either more Wikipedians or more librarians who understand at least one of the two aspects, and will have the time to dedicate to learn the other one. So this was probably the biggest lesson learned, that when we are running against the time, and Wikipedia is easy for us, but for some people it's really very challenging. There must be some middlemen here in this place. So this is the end, and I thank you for your patience and attention. And because it's GLAM Wiki and Wiki Podograd, I just want to show you the Wiki people. The town people, this is Slava and the mayor Ivan Gavaliuk, and the GLAM people, Reni Petrova from the museum and Lyudmila Chudomirova from the library, who are really very big friends and very big collaborators in this initiative. Thank you. And because there is no person to tell us that there is like 5 minutes, probably if you have some questions.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the lesson learned here are all referring to librarians?
Yes, not all librarians are doing this, but those who are doing it are really, how to say, not the kind of people that can be converted into Wikipedians, but they are the source of very, very precious information as treasures. So we have to find a solution to this problem, how to have more people who will communicate with them, and Wikipedians, or more Wikipedians who are able to communicate with them.
Have you tried actually educating the people themselves to upload stuff in Wikipedia?
Yes.
Yes.
All the time.
Okay.
But as I said, we have trainings in the library, in the museum, of students, of school teachers, of librarians, of museum staffers. But and most of them would do it and would say, yeah, this is possible for me. I can invest the time. I can invest this effort. But this is why I had this special screen. Some of them will not, and not because they don't want, but because for this time when they will learn the wiki, they will document more than history.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, probably if we could clone, that would be easier. Yes. But I don't think that the mic. Okay.
You had a photograph of the school children who came for training.
Yeah.
What kind of training did they get? Did they get editor training or general media literacy training?
Media literacy is a good idea to train them one day, and probably as a spin-off effect of the WikiTown, it's I have also thought about presentation, about the databases, things which we can teach them. But in this very training, it was what Wikipedia is, especially in the educational context, when to believe. Yeah, we are in the questions. When to believe, how to check whether the information is reliable, is there sources cited in the end, how to check their sources themselves, and how to write in a way that is encyclopedic. As you see, the kids are really kids, but we also had 11th year, 12th year, like students in the last years of school. So yeah, these were the smaller ones, and we basically invested the time to explain to them what Wikipedia is, because very often they will copy and paste their homeworks from there. And it is good for them to know first why this is not okay, and then how to think critically, and not only about Wikipedia and the information in Wikipedia, but also in the online, all information online, how to check their sources, which sources in general are reliable. So we were, probably it's better to have several trainings, like these very kids, to train them 2 years later again about how to write in Wikipedia, which we did. Actually, I didn't mention, but some of the students wrote in English Wikipedia about autocrat as a form of translation. So in their English classes, in their school, their English teacher encouraged them to do a homework in the form of write about autocrat from Bulgaria, translate from Bulgarian to English Wikipedia, so that they can practice their language. And also we train them the elements of the interface, how to save, how to write, to start with the encyclopedic definition, how to link concepts, which concepts to link, so things like this.
Do you use the translation tool? Do you know?
We know the translation tool, but we do not encourage them. We want to teach them how to write based on paper sources or external sources. Like, if they do it hiddenly, and we do not catch them because of bad machine translation, which is not polished and better, then it's okay. But our idea was to teach them how to construct their own article based on sources. I'm afraid already that I'm stealing the time of the next lecture.
Actually not, because I'm the next lecturer.
Okay.
It's very useful what you're saying,
Okay,
because,
because there is one more question.
So, yeah.
Okay, follow.
I would like to ask if you have had problems with notability issues in Wikipedia because of the monuments that some people could consider not important.
Good question.
If you had problems with freedom of panorama or other complications in... Also, if you use QR codes,
yes,
why you use QR codes?
Okay.
And if it was, if it had some return impact.
In the very end of the project, like in the end of May this year, the first QR code was placed. I really forgot to place a picture, but I think that it was in the local media and not on the free license. But this thing here. So now there is already here a small metal plate.
People actually use it with the...
I think that it is not possible to generate statistics about who comes via the QR code. I think this is a big problem with the QR codes and not solved yet. So we are not aimed even at generating these statistics, but we wanted to make the link between the physical space and the online space, and to make Wikipedia more popular in the offline world, because in Bulgaria it's not so popular. People do not understand Wikipedia. Like, if you go on the street and ask people what Wikipedia is about and what are the principles, they will say, they will not know what to tell you. So we want to increase the awareness about Wikipedia in the physical space in this way. So yeah, we have QR codes, but this is also ongoing work. We decided about, from these 140 things, I think that we decided for no more than 30 or 40 places to be QR coded. And what was the other question about the freedom of panorama and
freedom of notability.
And notability.
Why didn't you run a project specific on Wikidata, for instance, like putting everything on the on Wikidata, all the statistics on Wikidata?
We are educating people in very slow steps, probably, because when we identified the needs and what the local problems are and how people in general understand Wikipedia, we started with the low-hanging fruit. So Wikidata is still...
It's still an ongoing project.
It officially finished in the end of May, but finishing means that there were 3 competition phrases. The municipality gave some prizes. But again, there is still a desire to have an annual Wiki Bottom Graph Day, to have some recurring events, and also because we already have contacts with the library and the museum, it is easy now to approach them and tell them, hey, we have some knowledge about, for instance, Wikidata, or about how to make better presentations, and to gather people who would be interested in this and to train them. Already, like, it will be a revolving initiative, but officially this finished. About the notability, it was a problem, but we tried to only work on sources from the library, and if the person, for instance, can be found information about him or her in at least 2 sources, then okay. We tried to avoid the problem by not including absolutely everything, but again, 140 is a lot, not because we lowered the bar of notability, but because before this there was...
You researched and collected the ones that were secure.
Yeah, we tried to play safe.
And the last question is, if you could document any concrete return about this on tourism, on the village, on economical...
No yet data and information about how did it boost the tourism, or...
Yes,
but
people actually went more to the town.
I think it's still early to say how in the physical space this is improving, but at least we have some data from how much the articles about Watergrad is being more read nowadays than it was last year and this time last year. So probably it's a matter of time.
Are you monitoring it?
I guess that the people from the municipality, the public relations team, the touristic team within the municipality, this is their job, not mine. So, but it would be interesting if one day they report some progress, and probably if we can relate it.
Because it's something that we can use to start other projects.
That would be awesome. We are advertising, like we are speaking to other people, to other librarians in the country. In this moment I'm advertising Justine's talk about our trainings of librarians around Bulgaria this year, and we had several times people from different towns who said, hey, this is a very cool idea, why it didn't occur to us first? And can we replicate it? What is needed to replicate it? So yeah, I think that there is some, and also local media are, especially during these 8 months of having this project, they were all the time speaking about it. So probably there will be some effect. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. This is WikiPoos. Hello to the little audience that remained. I would like to introduce first to our little WikiPoos mascot, who is the symbol of the Wikipedia Community Schools Association of Greece.
Shift F5.
Yeah.
Okay. You probably, some of you know Manos Kefalas already, who is the president of our association. Today I'm going to talk to you about a new tool that we have developed, the Article Nursery Garden with Article Template Library. But first of all, let me tell you a few things about who I am in the first place. My name is Aphrodite Kamara. I'm a member of the association. And I'm a historian by training and cultural heritage consultant, and that's why I found what you were telling me before very, very interesting, because for years I represent a very small company, and for years we have been working with municipalities, trying to persuade them to use these free tools for promoting their own cultural heritage. And this is actually one of the reasons why I entered the association. I wanted to find out more about Wikipedia and about all the open sources. So the Wikipedia Community Schools Association of Greece is a not-for-profit organization, and it serves as part of the Wikimedia movement in Greece. We try to promote Wikipedia projects by supporting a diversity spread model, providing equity for contributors, with fuse with education by focusing on new ways to learn and development of skills and life skills as Wiki contributors. What we actually do, at least what we started from, we organize multi-month courses for promoting contributing in Wikipedia and the production of new articles among school children and also among other target groups like the elderly, special groups, the general public, women, etc. Based on the experience gathered so far, and in order to facilitate new users to write articles as easy as possible, Manos Kefalas, who is the president of the association, as I said before, developed a new tool called Article Nursery Garden, which aims at fostering thematic templates for new articles. So, in a way, this is how to make things easier for all groups of population, for little kids and for the elderly who have basically no actual computing skills or very little, to not to be intimidated by the codes and the encoding so far. The background is a project called Article Template Libraries, the background of this nursery garden. Article Template Libraries is a project aiming at helping newcomers to Wikipedia create articles almost foolproof. And this is done through organizing the user sandbox page in advance. We're going to have a demonstration later so you will understand what I'm talking about. Here to the right you can see all the people who contributed, all the Wikipedists who contributed to this project. But the initiator was Manos Hacker, that's his Wikipedia name, i.e. Manos Kefalas, who was beneficiary of a rapid grant. The tool was developed in two stages. First of all, a sandbox, that means a personal draft space for creating articles protected from publicity. In 2016, about 8% to 10% of the Greek Wikipedia articles was created by non-experienced users who were trained to use this tool. And the second stage is the addition of an article library instead of a page or generic article with basic structure. The tool is being presented for the first time and it has not really much been tested in practice. We decided as the main theme for testing and preparing this tool to have culture. On one hand, because this is the year of European cultural heritage, European Year of Cultural Heritage. And secondly, because we think that usually articles related to culture are easier in order to teach people a methodology, because people are delighted to write about their own culture, and that's a good field to teach them how to approach this issue in a non-biased way and following all the regulations of Wikipedia. Of course, we tried to insert some categories. We think they are exhaustive, but maybe not, because culture is such a vast issue that touches upon all aspects of human life. So when we finish showing you here what we've made, please contribute, not even now, but even later. Just to let you know that the initiative for this entire culture development template was given a year ago at a one-day conference in an audience consisting mainly of representatives of Greek municipalities, but actually by people working in the field of culture. So we had a lot of librarians, we had directors of small municipal museums, we had vice mayors of culture, etc. And they all got very excited about us, which gave us the incentive to go through. What you presented about WaterGuard is what we would like to do next with at least some selected with Greek municipalities. And I have to admit that there was a cascade effect after that. So there are a lot of regional and municipal authorities who actually ask for the collaboration of the association to educate at least school teachers, for example, or other non-for-profit associations on how to teach younger children and elderly and women and the general audience how to use this tool. Let's go and see a few things. Just give me a couple of minutes. So this is what, if you log in and you go into your sandbox, this is what you will see. If you want to create a new page, you see all these templates. We're going to deal with more templates, but right now I'm just going to show you the template on culture. We tried to follow a comprehensive tree, let's say, regarding cultural issues. So we have a category about art, and if you open this, you get all things related to art, from an artistic tool, something like a brush, for example, used by an artist, to more categories of arts, like the plastic arts, painting, performing arts, literature, audiovisual arts, etc. Each one can be divided into further categories. In some categories, the templates tend to coincide, but in other categories, the templates are as specific as possible to help the users construct their article in a very concise way and give it a structure that is legible by others, and also to avoid these bias things. For example, we noticed that a lot of contributors used to concentrate, for example, only on the origin of a custom and not on the way it is being celebrated today. So in order to avoid these discrepancies and these imbalances, we decided to put as many categories and all the structure of the article there. For example, let's see, let's go let me finish
Is
first.
it in Greece also, or only in English?
In Greek and English, but I'm showing you the English one. Hopefully, due to the help we have from Wikipedia Store among the world, it will be translated into other languages as well. I think it is already being translated in Albanian and in Turkish, and some other languages I forget, but the idea is to make it available in as many languages as possible. So it's a tool for open for use to all Wikipedias, and of course if somebody wants to contribute for translation or additions or suggestions, etc., it's an open thing.
It's the first and the main question that the students ask me.
What?
Do you have a template? Do you have a template?
Okay.
I will do
here-
everything.
Now
Do
you
you
have
have
a
a template?
template. Now you have a template.
And I can
Um,
understand that. It's,
So let's go to, we also included a category about other arts, to include minor arts like glassstaying, for example, or mosaics, etc. We included a category about handcrafts, like woodwork, and we include, and we have here two templates. Let's say one of the techniques, so what woodwork means, or specific styles of woodwork, and one about artifacts, because maybe you want to describe a very specific woodwork in a big church somewhere which is famous, and you need to describe it as such. As an expert of cultural heritage, I chose to concentrate on this category. We divided it into tangible cultural heritage, which is mostly what GLAM is about. We have monuments, we have historic settlements, we have museums, archives, libraries, etc.
Why are some in blue and others
The blue ones are the ones that the template is already in the system. The others are work in progress, because it takes quite a time to include. But I believe that by the end of the month, everything will be blue. And we have the intangible cultural heritage, which is divided in folk music, folk song, folk dance, folk theatre, custom or ritual, folk tradition, folk tale, etc. We even included, went into the official definitions of what intangible cultural heritage is, and followed all the suggestions of UNESCO. So we tried to include also ethnobotanical knowledge, for example, or traditional cultivation methods. Now, as a little demonstration, I'm going to show you how to include a custom, a ritual. We chose something that didn't exist in the English version of Wikipedia before. And this is a custom of momoyeri. It's a custom coming back from the Pontic region, where the Greeks had settled thousands of years ago, and from where the Greek population, the Orthodox Greek population, was expelled, let's say, or left in 1922. So the people who came as immigrants in those times, as refugees, to Greece, they brought this custom with them, and it got widespread in all regions, especially in northern Greece, where these populations settled. So I've got, for example, first of all, you just type the name of the custom, and you press create page, and automatically it checks whether this page exists or not. Okay, so I get into the page, and you can see here the tree. We have name and etymology, origin, description, variations, history, the spreading in place and time, what it means for popular culture, including the critique that there might be. For example, the momoyeri is a ritual where people sometimes speak badly, they say bad words. So this is sometimes criticized by more civilized, let's say, culture, etc. The impact, or its appraisal, and various kinds of documentation. Of course, there's a gallery, as in all Wikipedia articles. Okay, I'm finishing. There's a gallery, and you also have the space for bibliography and further reading. I need to hurry up, as I see, so I'm just going to give you a very short, example, just one paragraph, to see how we all add the rest of the things. I thought I was going to use my USB, so. have prepared in advance, I've done my research in advance, okay? So I'm just picking the information about name and etymology. I go into my template. Here, of course, is the introduction. I just add Momboyer is a custom ritual from the Pontic region, okay? And here I just add my information. Now, I want a citation. I want to give some citation, some reference, okay? So what I do is I go here, and I've got all kinds of citations to a website, to a newspaper, to a journal, to a book. I have found some information in an ethnographic book, so I add book, and I go back to my text and take the information from my bibliography. Here it is. So I'm taking the title. So this is my title. This is my author. Sorry, I didn't capitalize, but it doesn't matter because I will change that in the end. My publisher is the publishing house Apostolitis. And the year of publication is 1998. And I found the information at page 462. So, if I insert it, this is automatically made into a reference. And let's say I also want, I put another section here, and I want to put the documentation, the visual documentation, film. I only have to choose, no, it's a film, but I choose it from the Wikimedia Commons space, of course, in order to have the copyrights right. So, if I describe it here, these little things in the bracket means that you've got a little bit of explanation on what to write, and when you write it, and then you just delete it. So,
actually, if you use the translation tool, so you can take the empty template and translate it within the translation tool, and it will be very easy to transfer it between languages.
It is. Well, we tend to also ask native speakers to have a check at that, because sometimes, you know, the translate tools...
Yes, but the translation tool has much more advantages than the translation itself.
Yeah.
Copy the
absolutely
structure.
And it's the same. So like that, you basically can replicate a lot of articles in all kinds of languages. So if, let's say here I want to include
in the educational point of view, if the student or in high school, let's say, use it, so they don't really get practice in how to build an article and how to arrange the knowledge. I mean, if they get a template, so it's becoming a bit technical.
Yeah.
So aren't you worried about that?
Look, you can always do it the traditional way, but like that, you can enable people who are not, yes, they get a model, they get a structure. And this is something, because I'm a mother and I'm an educator as well in history, I have realized that many, as generations go by, children at school in general, they learn less and less how to structure their thoughts and produce concrete texts. So one of them just makes an introduction, which is 3 words. The other one puts no conclusion. They go on a subject and then they go to something else and they go back to the subject. So this is what we tried to avoid. And I'm sure that if this actually can be, according to me, this can be a very good template to teach young people or people who have not really a good academic background how to structure a text. Once they accomplish that, of course, this is not compulsory, okay? You can do things the other way, but once you acquire this knowledge, then you can go on and do, of course, your own categories and expand, etc. But we use that as a basis because now we're going to address many children in many regions of Greece, so through this cascade effect. So we thought that it's a way to be at least on the safe side on what is going to appear in Wikipedia. So just let me finish. If you want, for example, of course, this is a very, very nice tool to explore on your own, and I will show you how to do it in the end because we provided some videos. So if, for example, you want to introduce media, the video, you just go to Insert. Wikipedia finds it in Wikimedia Commons, okay, and it uploads it. Okay, it's a bit slow here, the internet. Anyways, I'm cancelling this now. But what I want you to find out is that if you go to your own sandbox or just to a generic page called User Sandbox Plus, you will find a toolkit made of small videos on how to use the entire tool. So, for example, this is the tool of how to install. Oops, something went wrong. No, it didn't go wrong. It shows you exactly what to do in order to prepare your article. You can do it step by step. User Sandbox. That is if you don't want to be a logged-in user. If you are a logged-in user, you've got your sandbox anyways. Okay. And then at the end, you publish page, as I'm going to do here. I just publish my page. I'm going to go back and edit it properly after that. So basically, this is the idea. Unfortunately, we don't have the time. It would be better to do this in a proper workshop. But it's an easy tool, and of course, you can always contact us in Greek, in the association of Wikipedia in Greece to provide you further help, and we would very much appreciate if you could give us feedback, if you could go and test it and give us any feedback and see if this is adaptable to your own needs when you educate people. Yes?
Small feedback. Probably it's a good idea to identify well-written articles and show them next to the clickable templates.
It's a very good idea. Actually, this is how we ended up at this template. We did a lot of research in articles and tried to
And just to make sure that you link them to a specific version of the article, which is well written.
The well written one, yes.
Back fixed to some moment of time, and not to the generic title of the article, because otherwise, in the meanwhile, something may have happened, and this well-written article already will be different. So make sure to link them with an old ID to some specific version. Also, my feeling is that the need of people to use a template is because they have not read enough. And the ability not to structure their own knowledge about the topic in a way like you are giving this to them. The structure is given, and the fact that they are very often, because I see it with my students as well, they're not able, even if they know something, it's so fuzzy and so unstructured, and they have hardship, they have problem to just discriminate between the different sections and
Exactly.
how to put this knowledge in a way that they do not overlap or not to repeat the same information in different
Or
sections.
that they don't forget important parts of the information.
Yes, and also not to present it in a way that they say the less important thing in the beginning and more important, because when we read, especially when we quickly need to fact check, we only use the first one or two paragraphs, and if the most important information is not there, we are very often not reading to the end. So the fact that how to prioritize presenting this knowledge in the sections is something that my feeling is that because I see it in my students, they don't read enough, and for this reason they're not able to produce this structure by themselves.
And they're not usually taught
Which are the good
structure,
examples?
reproduction of written words at school. I see that, for example, comparing to my old days, we did a lot more practice. And especially at school, at least not before the 3 final years of high school, they're not taught how to synthesize, so how to go to, you have 2, 3 different sources and you synthesize. Yes, we finished. So, yes, it's very helpful, and please keep on sending us feedback.
But if they are given some good examples, this probably will, after a point,
We will use the ones that we actually based on our research on, so it's a very good suggestion. May I ask somebody to
Yes, of course.
Because we need to upload it in our Facebook page.
How many templates do you have?
We are preparing, we have about 15 different templates for categories, but some of them might collapse and some of them might merge, and we're expanding it to 2 or 3 more of them. So we're right now we are just testing it. We're adding everything up to see how it looks in Wikipedia, not on paper.
go through to
And
that side?
we will soon be able to. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
So how can I text?
Do you have some contacts? I will ask. Actually, you can even have a Skype tutorial with Manos Hacker, who's more responsible. I'm more in for the content development, but he's the technician, so he knows how to build it. Do you have card or something? Okay, I will give you mine. It's not from the, because we haven't printed cards, but I'm giving you my own. You can send me an email, and then I will give the contacts to Manos, and we can all arrange to have a Skype together. Thank you very much. εντάξει, θα δει από εδώ στο κράτο. Βασικά νόμιζα ότι ήταν τη σημαντική. Ξεδρώσα τώρα. Αγωνία μου. Θα να ξεκουραστώ. Εννοείται, άμα μου λέει ότι κάνω θα έρθω. Όχι, θα έρθω δηλαδή και δεν θα το θυμώ από εδώ για την ουσία. Θα πάει εγώ να το ξέρω. Κοιτάξτε.
הרוב חיברו את המחשב, ואז הם עמדו כאן בחושך. היי. חוט מוצלח. רצתי, קניתי, רצתי. מה זה לא? יהיה ב5, הפונקשן האחרון פה זה strategy. הנושא האהוב בתנועה. כן. איזה טבע, כמה מקליט את כל זה. אז רציתי לקנות להם קליפ. אז קנית וגם נייר. אין אינטרנט?
Good luck. יש? במאמרות האלה יש?
כן, בטח.
אז תתחברי. זה נקרא וויקי 2020 הרבה פעמים.
הם אמרו שיש להם, זה הגרמניה וקארל מאיפה? קארל ואדה מסקנדינביה, לא? או אסטוניה?
לא, אסטוניה זה קארל אחר.
אוקיי. בקיצור, אז הם הולכים לעשות סוג של
הוא לא מהגרמני, הוא לא שייך לשקל הגרמני.
קארל הגבוה הזה?
לא, קארל הגבוה הזה
הוא המנכ"ל של ויקימדיה...
אסטוניה.
אסטוניה.
אבל מה, זה אותו קארל שעושה את ה... באמת? פספסתי? אני חשבתי שזה קארל אחר.
anyways.
כן, והוא.
אז הם עושים פה פעילות והם עושים את הדפים בשביל שאחרי זה מחר הם יוכלו לקלוט אותם על הקיר וכולם יראו מה הם עושים בפעילות. מה הייתה המסקנה של הכנס? מה הייתה המסקנה של הסשן שלהם? נזכר אותך כנס,
מה אני עושה להיכנס באמצעות חשבון גוגל אפס?
כן, היה על זה איזשהו דיון, זה משהו שקשור פה לרשת המתוחשת הזאת שאני מכירה.
אז אני בעצם לא יכולה לפתוח את זה?
לא, זה נראה להיות מסוגלת. תעשי רגע, כן בלוגין.
אז עשיתי לוגין, חשבתי שזה יעזור לו, אבל אני רואה שלא ממש.
חכי רגע.
זה לוגין ל... כל כך המון. עוד אנשים יתקלו בזה. הוא רוצה להסלים מחדש למחשב בשביל זה.
Were you able to solve the YouTube restriction thing?
No, I think it's an Israel thing.
Do you?
Yeah, some people tested it with a VPN outside of Israel and everything's fine. But if you use YouTube directly in Israel, it seems to have that issue with YouTube.
No, I don't think so, because first we used YouTube, and also I did watch the film
Well, all I
yesterday.
know is it wasn't an issue yesterday, but somehow today it started cropping up as an issue.
Mm.
I'm wondering if we do a hotspot, if it still remains. אם אנחנו לא דרך הווי-פיי הזה, אבל אנחנו עושות hotspot.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Got it?
I can park there.
Okay, excellent.
Excellent, thank you so much.
כאילו, את...
רוצה אפילו שננסה לעשות hotspot עם הטלפון?
זה לא כזה. זה גם לא הרבה דאטה, זה רק 10 שניות.
For YouTube?
Yeah.
I just want to start my projector. Yeah. Ooh, other side. That's unused. What is this? It's power. This thing? It's USB.
No, maybe the audio.
Okay, that's right. I don't need it right now. Okay, let me just make the projection. I don't need audio. It's fine. Oh, okay. Let's see if that works. It's not working.
טוב, אז אני אוותר על זה.
Not projected. Do we have a tech support person in here?
We can ask someone to the room.
Yes.
Is there a problem? The HDMI is not working?
No.
Do you have to send a projection from that computer?
It's off.
So maybe you just
No, that's this laptop.
Do you need yours?
Yeah.
Online.
So it does switch, but it's not hooking it up.
Maybe you need some kind of adapter?
He has an adapter, but it doesn't work.
I have the adapter.
The adapter
Why don't you go into the drive?
Okay, I'm calling someone to control.
My luck with right to left Hebrew Windows laptops so far has not been good, so I'd rather use my own laptop. If you could change to left to right, that'd be good too. It's in English already, but I don't know if you can do it. A lot of things I need to log into. Well, if you can change it, that'd be great, but in case we don't get this tech support person here. Hey, somehow the HDMI is not connecting to my computer.
it is connected to the other one?
Yeah.
כן, אבל זה הימין-שמאל מחרפן אותו, הוא לא יכול הימין-שמאל, העברית מחרפנת אותו בצרפת. הוא לא מצליח לעבוד עם זה.
But wait, this one was working? And yours isn't? אז השמאל ימין שלו עובד.
הוא פתח כבר את כל החביות שלו, יש לו בסגנם. הכל פה פתוח אצלו בלפטופ שלו, הוא רוצה לעבוד שלו, כי זה גם לא, אין דבר בעברית מהרייט ולפט.
אני לא יכולה כי הוא רוצה לי כל החלונות להפוך. זה כבר סיפור אחר.
It was funny, Catherine's Mac also didn't get one.
Correct.
So
Something's funny with the HDMI interface here is a proprietary one. It's like so.
I haven't seen you like 5 times. Exactly. I'll put someone on.
Okay. All right.
Because I'm going to take it. The one that I wanted. Not, I mean, I didn't want to miss any of the
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, the world's getting drowned for all here.
Yes.
That's just yeah. The only thing is that I think like
בבוקר דיברנו, we talked this morning and we didn't think that
Yeah, but this is not. That was for someone else. I'm just wondering if this works. I don't know why the Mac HDMI doesn't work. This connectors work with multiple other presentations.
יובל הביאו לי Mac לאולם 5, יש לך מתאם? לא הביאו כבל? הביאו כבל, הוא לא עובד.
Another. The problem is everything's reversed on this. Like even the left mouse button is.
Can you shoot upstairs?
Hi. Hi.
I know. Like, it's going to be twice as slow on everything.
Oh yeah, all the like, yeah, it's so cool. Yeah.
Just get a browser.
He's going to get
A better. Okay, that's great. Excellent. Thank you. That would be perfect.
קרן, אז לא הצלחתם לפתור את ה...
מה, הוא מביא הדף?
לא, את היוטיוב. כי יש לי סרטון קצר שהוא לא נפתח ביוטיוב.
לא הבנתי.
חוסם את יוטיוב.
דורש שזה, נותן איזו דעת חבר לאיגוד מהאקאונט, וגם כשאני חבר לאקאונט
לא, הוא מביא כבל.
יותר כי אני לא רוצה לעמוד לידו לראש.
How's it going?
יש וי-פיי, כן, המחשבים האלה לא מתקרבים. יש כבל של אינטרנט.
Oh, you want it straight into that? Okay, yeah.
כן, אבל רק הסרטון לא נפתח, היוטיוב לא נפתח.
You want to sit here?
Nee, maar het is wel
A lot better.
much better.
Do you have audio?
I don't need audio for this one, so okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for waiting a little bit here. If you want to load up the Etherpad for the session, I think this is an unusual session that we are going to be using Etherpad a lot more because we want to hear about your ideas and your experiences and your even needs, even if you don't have any answers, any questions that you might have. So this is the Etherpad for the event. If you want to use the Google short link, it's that. Or if you have an iPhone or anything that can do a QR scan, you can scan that QR code and go directly to the Etherpad. So I'll be bringing up the slide every once in a while in case people are coming in late or you forgot to do this at the beginning so that you can visit that page. But there's already some prompts there. There is a link to the presentation already on that Etherpad. There is a version of my talk, which I do in 10 minutes on that Etherpad, which is 10 Wikidata tools in 10 minutes, which is kind of insane, but kind of cool because you get links out to most of the things I'll be talking about today. But I'd love to hear more about any experiences you folks might have with using Wikidata in GLAM training, in GLAM engagement. And we have an hour, so I definitely don't want to take up all that hour, especially after lunch. I want to hear from you folks. So if you don't know me, I'm Andrew Lee with Wikimedia District of Columbia. I was a journalism professor for many years. I've written a book about Wikipedia, and I don't think I've been as excited about something in our movement until recently with Wikidata and GLAM. So we do a lot of GLAM events in Washington, D.C. You'll hear a lot about what we've been doing with Smithsonian, Library of Congress. I think Rob Fernandez here at this conference will be doing a whole session talking about some of our GLAM engagements. But I am now calling myself of sorts a Wikidata evangelist, I think is a hard word to spell, but it more accurately describes what folks like myself, Asaf, and other folks are doing. Because we're just so excited about what the potential is for Wikidata with GLAM organizations. So this is just a taste of some of the things we're doing. And this is just kind of a assembly of lots of different things that we've been trying out, and we really want to hear from you folks, what you think about it and what you might have in store. So this is something I didn't really get to finish yet, but this is something I will probably present in about 2 weeks at this conference called MCN. Has anyone ever been to the MCN conference? It's the Museums Computer Network. So I'll be there giving a Wikidata workshop for the first time to museum folks at that very influential conference. So I'll be talking a little bit about how Wikidata fits into the information pyramid. So I won't bore you with that right now, but look for those slides coming up. So I thought I'd just tell you a little bit about some of the practices that or the resources that we tend to use for Wikidata engagement with GLAM institutions. So I think this is a great starting point for folks. How many people have seen this before, the Wikidata in one page guide? Great, oh, wow, half of you folks. So this was a page that I created after going through maybe a year of Wikidata work, and I could never come up with a good answer for where should I start to learn about Wikidata. Because we have lots of resources, but you never kind of found it in one place. So I decided one day, I'm just going to do it myself. So I went to Google Draw, which is a great program, and I put what I could into one sheet, not even 2 sides, one side of one piece of paper on what you should know about Wikidata. And apparently it's useful because it's now been translated into 10 languages or 10 different languages. 2 weeks ago, I gave a presentation. I said it was available in 8. I looked this morning, 2 more languages have been added. So I think it's Malayalam and Chinese have been added to this list. So this is a really useful thing because not only do you have things about Wikidata in general, but you have these tools and they're all clickable. So if you download the PDF file and you just have it on your computer, anything that's blue you can click on and you will go to the page for that tool. So it's kind of nice to have that live PDF. You know, for GLAM professionals, we found that they really like well-done tools like this. They don't want to be steered to a wiki page where you have to scroll 10, 15, 20 times to find stuff. So the beauty of this is it's really minimal and small. So feel free to use this. I'd love to find out if you find it useful or if you want to translate it to another language. We call this Wikidata in one page or Wikidata in brief. So it goes over the critical concepts, but also has a link to not only tools that individuals might use, but probably institutions would be interested in using for bulk uploading, for resolution. And then Sandra is going to be doing a workshop on Open Refine later this afternoon. I think I'm helping you out with some of that training there, but that's also one of the tools that's listed here. So this is pretty good in that it's for beginners, but as you go from left to right, it gets more and more advanced. So even for folks who know a lot about linked open data, I think they learned something about Wikidata that they didn't know before. So I encourage you to download this page and have it with you all the time. And we probably need to update it because it's more than a year old, but most of these tools are perennial. And then Alex Stinson has created a page based off this called Wikidata Query in one page, which is trying to boil down all the things you need to know about Wikidata Query. So that's also on the WD:1 page on Wikidata. So take a look at that. Really easy to remember, WD:1 as a shortcut in Wikidata. So I thought I'd show you some of the cases. Again, here's the Etherpad. Add anything that you want there. So these are some of the major, I think, common tasks that GLAM institutions will come to you is either a Wikidata expert or you as a GLAM professional might want from the Wikidata community. One is quick statements, right? So how to bulk add, delete, modify content. How many people here have used quick statements before in Wikidata? Oh, okay, so only about half of you, right? So with quick statements, you might have seen several references to quick statements over the weekend. This is the tool that I think Liam was referring to, saying that 30% of all edits to Wikidata were from one tool. That's quick statements, right? So it's pretty simple. We'll show you what that looks like later on. And then Google Spreadsheets. How many people have used Google Spreadsheets to work with Wikidata before? Not that many, all right? So this is a nice killer way to work with Wikidata that you don't need to do programming, you don't need to know how to code, and it's just so powerful to work with a spreadsheet if you know how to work with that. And then we have the mix and match and distributed game for folks. Yes?
No, I was already saying yes, I used it.
Yes. So mix and match and distributed game are also examples of tools that help GLAM institutions sync their identifiers up with what we have, or to help clean and to sift content in Wikidata. And we'll show you some examples of that. And then software bots. This gets more advanced. Like I'm a programmer, I'm a coder. Even I find the bot stuff a little bit intimidating because I'm kind of afraid of hitting one button and modifying like 100,000 things in one shot. So most of these tools we'll be describing are things that are good for hundreds and thousands of things, but once you get to tens and hundreds of thousands of things, I get a little bit scared, even though I know that it can be undone, right? And then one of the things that is kind of your third level of training that you have out there is ontology. So I have a link, I think in the Etherpad, but also on here, to 3 modules that we did with the Smithsonian. So you're welcome to use those. A lot of folks have used my basic slide deck I use for Wikidata training in many training environments, but we kind of come up with this nice 3-step training regimen that we worked out with the Smithsonian staff that we can show you later on. And the first one is just the basics of Wikidata. What is even structured data? Why are we doing this project? The second module is about working on queries and how to get content out of it and maybe how to contribute with quick statements. And then the third one, which is about ontologies, and this is the harder one. So this is about, how are you categorizing and making subclasses in Wikidata that make sense and maybe sync with what you might know as a GLAM institution. So ontologies are about formal naming and definition of types, properties, and interrelationships of the entities that really exist in a particular domain. And this is actually one of the harder things to do, right? So one of the things I tell folks when I train folks on Wikidata is the beauty of Wikidata, and the only reason why the Wiki community can edit a database together is because there is no rigid ontology, right? It is something that you kind of craft along the way. And the big downside of Wikidata is there's no rigid ontology, and we're always kind of hitting each other back and forth and ping-ponging back and forth. If you're doing things well, maybe you'll set up a project like Some of All Paintings and try to come up with a page where you're trying to solidify how we agree on how to categorize paintings. But in general, it's kind of a Wild West in Wikidata, and that's a little bit new for a lot of GLAM institutions, not having the ontology and the organization of things pinned down, right? So some of the challenges we found in working with GLAM institutions is, how are things modeled in Wikidata? What properties do I set when adding an item? A very simple question with not such a simple answer, right? Most of the time it's probe 3 well-known works that are kind of like what you want to do and see what they do. That's normally the answer you have, right? How do I make multiple items in a set consistent? Yikes, that takes some work to do, depending on how many people have worked on that data set before, right? So these are some of the tools that we've worked with when talking about ontologies with GLAM institutions. How many people here have used SQUID before? SQID. So this is what's amazing to me is that very few people have ever worked with SQUID. How many people have worked with Reasonator before on Wikidata? Okay, so Reasonator takes a Wikidata item and kind of makes it look like English text or some kind of text that you're used to seeing, right? So Wikidata items have claims, but they kind of look like a robotic page. Reasonator kind of turns that into something readable. SQUID goes even one step further that tries to draw inferences from the statements and the properties below the actual item, which is kind of cool. So take a look at SQUID if you haven't. It's a really cool tool. You can even write a special script behind SQUID to do more things and extend the system. So if you've never seen it, I guess it's worth showing to you since so few people have seen it before. So it looks a lot like Reasonator, and because it does so much stuff behind the scenes, it does take some time to crank through and show you interesting things. So when you first visit SQUID, you can go ahead and click on one of the examples there, and you will see that there is a kind of a progress bar at the top showing you all the Wikidata queries it's doing behind the scenes. I'm betting it's like dozens and dozens and dozens of Wikidata queries that's doing. But you can see that not only do you get things that you're used to seeing on Wikidata and Reasonator perhaps, right? So it not only says the spouse is this person, but they try to expand information about that person. But you can also see a lot more about the statements and the extended effect of this item in Wikidata. So I encourage you to take a look at SQUID if you haven't. You can see it's still cranking. It's still trying to find out more information for you there. And you can find relationships behind the scenes that no other tool really does right now. So these are all the identifiers on the side here, but you can see how deep it goes here to find more information. Okay, so that's SQUID. Wikidata Graph Builder. How many people have used Wikidata Graph Builder before? Oh, more people should use this. It's not always easy to use, but we'll show you some examples there. I'm sure everyone here has seen at least Wikidata Query. Viz Query is a great tool I turn a lot of GLAM institutions to if they're not ready for the full effect of Wikidata Query. So Viz Query is a much simpler way to do things. And then Listeria is a great way to kind of keep generating lists over time. So not just a query and you look at the results, but to have something keep updating and give you work lists. And we'll show you some projects that use that. So I thought I'd just jump into ontology since a lot of folks here might know something about Wikidata already. But we found that there's some starting points for working with ontologies is to look at domains in Wikidata that are already well done, which is not always easy to find. So if you look at things like astronomy, visual arts, and paintings, these are at least the places I like to tell GLAM institutions to look at parts of Wikidata that are already pretty well done and have thoughtful folks maintaining them. If you go to Wiki Project Cultural Heritage, that's another great place to start. And then learn from inspecting well-formed items. And I don't think it's a coincidence that both Martin and myself point to Nighthawks, the painting, at the same conference as a painting that is pretty well done right now. And then another thing I always tell folks as well is if you want to discuss it, the great thing about Wikidata is, unlike Wikipedia, people are not going to bite your head off for asking a dumb question. So you can go to the project chat, which is kind of like the old village pump in the old days of Wikipedia, and you can walk in with the dumbest newbie question, and people will answer it nicely, which is kind of nice. So great for engagement to have people with Wikidata. And the Facebook group, that's a great point. So we do have a Facebook group, and we also find that GLAM institutions are not as pedantic about open versus closed social networks. So Facebook is a great place to have these GLAM professionals go to, and it's called the Wikidata Community. So look for that, and there's a bunch of us here already in that Facebook group. That's been very useful. Okay, so for folks who came in late, we are adding notes and ideas to the Etherpad here. All right, so wiki projects. So we talked a little bit about the cultural heritage or visual arts. Here's an example of a well-formed project. Right, so not only does it have a lot of content, but they've actually laid out the ontology that they think you should follow. Now, you don't have to go with this necessarily, but most people agree that this is probably the right way to go with an item when you add it to visual arts. And it's so well formed that they actually have this whole, tree of how you should model stuff, including links to squid. So that little squid icon gets you to squid and shows you how that property or item is actually modeled in Wikidata. So here's an example of what we did with the Smithsonian recently. So these are the three sessions that we had. As I said, first one's an introduction, the second one was kind of a working session, not having to go through the basics, and the third one was a clinic. So we actually asked the folks coming to it to come with questions, come with challenges, come with things that you're not sure of in Wikidata, and we can work with them. So these are 3 workshops that we had over about a 6-month period, and we had folks from the office of the secretary, which is the president or the head of the Smithsonian, all the way down to curatorial and cataloging staff there. So it was a nice mix of folks that we had there. So each of these links is clickable to the actual slide deck that we used, and you're welcome to use some of those things. Another set of folks we worked with is Library of Congress. So actually Kate Swar this morning was talking about baseball. So we actually had a Wikidata meetup with them ahead of their baseball work. So some of the things that we did was to teach them how to use the mix and match tool. So we went to look at SABRE, which is the Society for American Baseball Research Database, and we got them to go in and help match some folks who were in the SABRE database but not yet correlated to what we had in Wikidata. So if you haven't played with mix and match before, a great tool to learn. And if you can get the data set imported, you can actually have a nice meetup with a GLAM organization just doing the mix and match activities. All right, so this is an example of what we did with them. We just gave them 5 steps. Make sure you have an account. Go to a short link, authorized WIDAR. So this is kind of odd for a lot of folks. We have this tool called WIDAR, which allows Magnus's tools, I think it's Magnus's tools mostly, right, to edit on your behalf through a program, right? So there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but it's not that hard. You hit an OK or allow button, and then you have access to all these tools. Okay, so this is what we did with Library of Congress to get them up to speed on some of the things we do in Wikidata. Another thing that we did with the Library of Congress was with the Association of Centers for the Study of Congress. That's an acronym I never remember. Association. They are the centers that study Congress in the United States. And one of the things that we did with them was to try to fill in this P485 property, which is kind of interesting. This is something that you've probably never seen before, and I'd never seen before we did this with them. So you can actually set the archives at property for an individual or an entity. So which means that the archives for this thing is at this other institution, which is kind of interesting. So we said, well, why don't you folks who are experts at studying Congress and probably run libraries and archives put in links to things that you know, which is pretty cool. So we actually went there and showed them how to add things. So Tip O'Neill is a very famous Speaker of the House in the United States. And we showed them how to say, you could say our archives at Boston College, and you could even go to a qualifier level and say, it's a finding aid, and here's the URL. So you can actually go down and add all this stuff. Now, we're not quite sure this is scalable long-term, but it was a kind of a nice experiment. But the cool thing about this was we actually got some folks to do this on their mobile phone in the audience. Like, having never edited Wikidata before, it was quite obvious how to do this because Wikidata editing is much more discrete and simpler than editing Wikipedia articles, right? So what we're quite gratified to hear that after we showed them how to do this, and we gave them about 5 minutes to try this out, one of the guys who went through this process of searching Wikidata, found the person, hit the add button, and then typed in archives at, and it doesn't allow you to misspell it, you have to spell it correctly, and then you can choose the exact property. And then you can hit the plus button, and you can enter the organization, and the organization is also on Rails, right? It checks to make sure the organization is in Wikidata. And then, once you add that, we got this, which is great. Just kind of out of the blue, one of the guys in the front row who'd edited Wikipedia before and probably didn't have a good time, said, this is so much easier than editing Wikipedia. which was great to hear. So we get this a lot in our training, is that for folks who deal with metadata all the time, actually Wikidata engagement is a lot more logical than writing articles in Wikipedia. I'm not sure that's not new to a lot of you either. And then reporting tools. So here's some reporting tools that we found were useful. Listeria. So if you haven't used this before, it's really cool. It's kind of weird because it's just kind of in Wikipedia, but you didn't know about it. So as long as you find someone else who's using Listeria, just copy their Listeria and try customizing it for yourself, right? So as long as you use this template Wikidata list, you can actually generate the output of a Sparkle query. It gets plopped on your wiki page, and you can just kind of use it long term, which is kind of cool, right? So it's great for creating work lists, and if you look at projects like Women in Red, some of our paintings, they use these kind of lists all the time to just keep generating tasks that are refreshed all the time. So here's an example of what a Listeria invocation looks like, and don't worry too much about that Sparkle, all that stuff. Pretty much 90% of that Sparkle query stays exactly the same, and you just customize it for what you want to do, right? So just take a look at that, and you'll see that's not that hard to customize this for your own needs. So as I mentioned, Women in Red uses this all the time to create their work lists, and you'll see the breadth of what they do. They have women in science, they have women in geography, and they just do it by country, by era. All these different types of lists are really cool to generate. You can see here, see all these women that need articles by occupation. And those red links are begging for you to click on them to create stuff. And the great thing is it kind of lays out that we already know all the stuff. Isn't it a tragedy we don't have an article? And it just gives you that much motivation to go in and click on that to create that. So I think we've been missing this for a long time, that to prompt someone for an article, it's not good enough just to put a red link. You gotta tell them, we have all the stuff already. Just do it, and you've got all the stuff that's there already. We're not gonna get into Wikidata info boxes because it's way too complicated and long, but I just wanted to point you to the fact that we had a presentation at Wikimania that talked a little bit about this. We've had some attempts to work with GLAM institutions to simply upgrade the info boxes on Wikipedia with Wikidata ones, and that didn't go too well. So we're backing off on the info boxes, Wikidata, GLAM angle, simply because there's no general agreement yet on info boxes driven by Wikidata to replace existing ones in Wikipedia, at least English. Some other ones like Basque and Catalan are doing great things with it, but depending on your language, you'll have different levels of acceptance with info boxes driven by Wikidata. And then you heard this morning, or that maybe this later this morning about Martin's Sum of All Paintings project. This is also a great starting point for a lot of things if you're dealing with art museums or fine art museums, to kind of show them the extent of what we're doing right now with paintings. Okay, so some of the prompts that are there in Sum of All Paintings are pretty cool. They try to surface high impact paintings that are missing a lot of Wikidata. Right, so these are paintings that are used in 15 languages, yet there's no instance of property or something like that. So these are really high impact edits that you can make to Wikidata in the Sum of All Paintings lists, which I like the title of Help Bring These Lists Down to Zero. It's like a challenge for you to try to make these lists disappear. Okay, so these are some of the ones that are popular, adding depicts properties to paintings up there. That's kind of interesting. So later on, if we have time, I'll tell you about a project that we're working on with Smithsonian to try to solve these problems as well. So some tools that might be interesting to inspect ontologies. Well, we did one recently with the Smithsonian on firearms. And this is kind of interesting because it's pretty full what is there in Wikidata about bullets and ammunition and stuff, but they're all kind of messy. They're not really well formed. So how do you figure out whether things are well formed or not well formed? Right? This is kind of a question that you might get from a GLAM institution. So given a Q item display, what's its impact, or what does it look like as its organization? So here's an example of a cartridge, right? A cartridge is basically something you put in your gun, but it consists of a case, powder, and whatever the bullet is. It gets very complex very quickly. There's lots of different measurements, sizes, different kinds of powder that's in there. So you can see how complex it gets here, right, in terms of instances and properties. So what you want to do is figure out what kind of tools can help you inspect the breadth of what's going on down there. So Squid is really useful in a sense. So Squid, you can actually look at a entity and then find out how many things are subclassed off of it here. So we quickly found here that rifle cartridges are really well modeled, but not the other ones, right? So you can see that there's lots of rifle cartridges that are subclasses of cartridge, but then other things like shotgun shells and cannon cartridges, revolver, they really haven't been done really well here, right? So that's a good clue that when one part is built up, and logically, handguns and revolvers should have a lot more, and they're not. So this is just one thing that we discovered with squid. And then we have their classic case of, is it an instance or a subclass? We found a lot of things were just, unfortunately, the solution for a lot of folks is, it's both, because I can't figure it out. So Adam has both an instance and a subclass, which is probably not the right solution. But a lot of the cleanup that we did was to just remove instance of and add them as real subclasses to things, right? This is not always easy to figure out, but in general, if you don't have a physical exact thing, should be a subclass, not an instance, right? I don't know if we have the example here, but, well, we don't. So the example that we used here is that, believe it or not, there is a museum outside of Washington, D.C., under glass, is the bullet that killed Abraham Lincoln. It's the bullet they removed from his head, and they saved it, and it's under glass. That is an instance of a bullet, the bullet that killed Abraham Lincoln. But the caliber, the 50 caliber type is a subclass, right? So that's usually what I tell people on how to figure out instance versus subclass. Einstein's brain is an item in Wikidata. That is an instance of a brain. But a cat brain is a subclass of a brain. A human brain is a subclass of a brain. There's only one other human brain that's an instance in Wikidata. Does anyone know who that is? Interesting.
Carl Winslow?
No, it's a brain of a computer scientist. Charles Babbage's brain, I think, is the only other instance of a brain. So Einstein and Charles Babbage both have instances of brains. I don't think there's any other instances of brains in the human brains, that is, in Wikidata.
Broca, isn't there?
What's that?
Broca. I believe it's Broca, the name.
I don't know.
It's a famous brain as well.
Yeah. So I thought I'd show you the spreadsheet tools. We found this is quite useful. We demoed this maybe a year or so ago at Wikimania, and a lot of folks said, can I try that myself? So this is kind of cool. How many people have used the spreadsheet tools again for the Google, Google Spreadsheet Wikipedia tools? So not many. Okay. So this is a very cool set of tools and scripts that you can add on to Google Spreadsheets. You go to the add-ons menu in Google Sheets, and you say get add-ons, and you add Wikipedia and Wikidata tools. And now you have the magic of querying Wikidata and Wikipedia from a cell in your spreadsheet, right? So you have all these different functions here, which are kind of cool. They're not always super useful, but it's kind of neat that you have API access for folks who have no idea what an API is, which is kind of neat, right? So you don't have to program, you just use a spreadsheet to hit it. So what are some examples of this? Well, we're going to show you one in a second, but I added a few more functions that I think it was a Google employee who first created these functions. But for folks who work a little bit deeper with Wikipedia, you want some other cool things. So one is to return a Rev ID. So if you put in a Wikipedia article, you can get the Rev ID, like the unique identifier for that. Then once you get that, you can run the ORS tool. So how many people here have heard of ORS? O-R-E-S. So not that many. So ORS, which is now available, I think, in about 8 to 10 languages, I think it is, will, using machine learning, give you back what it predicts as the score for that article. So whether it's start, stub, B class, featured, good article. Now it can't do all the fact checking, it can't do all this other stuff, but it looks at certain features of an article it has observed looking at thousands and thousands of other articles, and will try to tell you whether it thinks the article you pointed at is a C class or start class or featured or good article, which is pretty cool. Right? So you can actually do this in a spreadsheet through this wiki ORS function that I wrote there. So what's the result of this? The result is we found this really useful for GLAM organizations, where oftentimes when we first go to them, they'll say, you know what, we're kind of interested, like what do you have on this list of 100 authors that we're interested in? So normally we just plop that into a wiki page, and then you have to wait to show up at the event to start excavating and looking up by hand, what each of these authors looks like. Well, what you can do with the wiki list tool instead is you can paste it into one column of the spreadsheet, and boom, it'll give you a report on everything else, which is pretty cool, right? So as long as the name matches the language you're looking at, you can get all this information. So here's an example. We were doing something at the National Book Festival in the US. All very prominent authors are going there. And you can see by just putting in their names here, if they're unique, like Madeleine Albright, you probably know, but hopefully it's not Brad Smith. You probably have to figure out Brad Smith writer, Brad Smith author, Brad Smith cartoonist. But as long as you put the right article name in there, it'll grab the Rev ID, it'll grab the ORA score, so it'll tell you roughly what shape the article's in, which is pretty cool. It will grab the Wikidata Q number, and then what I also did was I said, let's go back out to that Q item and grab what the description is, and also get whether there's an image of the person, like do we have a picture of that person in Wikidata, and then also get the occupation of that person, just to make sure that if I'm looking at author, it doesn't say welder or train conductor, although you might have a welder that wrote a book, but is at the book festival. But it just gives you a double check on stuff. So we found this really useful for about 150 to 200 items. You can use Google spreadsheets pretty successfully. So this is some detail on that. So again, you found the ORA score, the Wikidata number, and the Wikidata info. What's really cool is once you have that ORA score, you can make a histogram of what's the overall article quality. So this kind of blew some GLAM organizations away. Like, give me a list, and within a minute, I can tell you what the overall article quality is of those things you gave me. That's pretty powerful, right? So you can see here, that, for better or for worse, pretty much any GLAM organization we work with, this is pretty much the shape of the curve. It's just like there's a fat middle. Actually, a fat middle to low end. Like most of the entries are not great. You have some that are good and featured, but most are C or below. But that's just the nature of the long tail, right? Which is kind of cool. Yes?
How can you be sure how to spell the name correctly?
Correct. So there's some cleaning you need to do. So if it's not too messy, if it's messy, you should use Open Refine. If it's not too messy, and it's a pretty well curated list, then you can go by putting it in there and then double checking to make sure what comes back in Wikidata is in sync with what you're expecting. Like it's artists, make sure it doesn't say football player, right? Make sure it's an artist that comes back. Yes?
There's one problem with the rating. It only works when your Wikipedia has these ratings. In German Wikipedia, we don't have the system, so it doesn't make sense.
But I think ORAS works on German Wikipedia now, right? I'm pretty sure. Is anyone here from German Wikipedia? So that is not the manual rating, that's the machine algorithm that scrapes it and looks at the rating.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one for the German Wikipedia is me. So nobody.
There's only one person doing rating at German Wikipedia?
I'm the only one.
Oh, yeah. So I think that's the benefit of ORAS. You don't have to wait for a human being to come around and rate the article. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool that you can do that. So yeah, this is the histogram that's generated. And then what's really cool, but wait, there's more. So what happens is, since you kind of know whether there's an image or not, this was useful for us because we worked with the book festival to actually go out and take pictures of authors that needed pictures. So what we could do also in a third spreadsheet is to show you the quality of the picture. So you can actually grab the picture from Wikipedia and we can kind of walk around with this sheet that says, okay, this is a really bad picture of the person. We need to get a better one when we're in the field. So I don't know if we have that. So these are some of the pictures we took to make up for the deficiencies in Wikipedia and Wikidata. And we uploaded them, and they're now better headshots of these authors in Wikidata and Wikipedia because we had this report to work off of. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time to go through 150 things manually and figure out where our priorities should lie. So if this is useful, copy and use this spreadsheet. There's been a bunch of GLAM organizations that have done this. We worked with the, I think the War Museum in New Zealand and some other folks, and some pretty cool results have come from this. So we call this the Wiki list tool. And it's kind of hard to figure out how to release it. You can't really put it in GitHub because it's a Google spreadsheet. So you can just copy a really good one that we have and work off of that.
Andrew, can you explain to people how you brought in the list in the first place?
Good question. So that list can either come in through something they have, they could email to you, or you can scrape it off a website. So we even did a workshop before, like how do you get even this first column in there, right? So there's a lot of PDF scraping tools, there's a lot of OCR tools out there, but hopefully you go to the website and they said, here are the 150 authors we're featuring at the book festival, and that's what we did. We copied it, pasted it, and then tried to solve, maybe there's only about, of these 150, maybe about 10 or 20 problem cases. Most of them match perfectly. Madeleine Albright, there's no other famous Madeleine Albright, but there were famous Mark Smiths, right? Okay, so this is an example of the spreadsheet tool. I think Joao, you've used it before, and some other folks have as well. Okay, then the live tools. So just a few more and then we'll get to you folks. Wikidata Graph Builder. So this is one of my favorite tools to use because one, it is just really cool to play with it, right? If you ever click on this thing and use it, it's just really fun to just drag things around. Right? So if you go in here and just, it's not just static, you have to do that. All kinds of fun stuff. For no other reason, the GLAM folks are like, oh, that's really cool. It's just to do that. But what's really neat is that it can show you in one shot whether an ontology is kind of really messed up or not. Right? So in this one, we saw this and went, whoa, that's a gigantic dandelion sitting right in the middle. That's probably something that needs more subclasses, right? So just visually, you can kind of see some problems in the ontology. Yeah, and then you can see also items that have no label in the language you're looking at. And I often will bring up this graph and then just kind of work off and hit a Q number that has no label and just kind of work to resolve all the missing Q number labels there, which is kind of fun. Okay, and then again, we always tell folks to go to the examples and take a look at the Wikidata query examples. And there are some great ones that do graphing. So that Wikidata query can kind of query one dimension, but if you go to Wikidata query on its own, you can actually make really sophisticated graphs, not just using subclass and things like that, but making different relationships that are there. So this is an example of one I made from the subclass of the cartridge thing, right? So showing how many rifle cartridges are subclass, how many other cartridges are subclass. But then one other thing I can do that the other graph builder cannot do is to say, show me all these cartridges and then kind of like what they're based off of. So I said, go back and say, this is based off of that, based off of that, based off of that, based off of that. And you can kind of now see the kind of evolution of handgun and rifle cartridges just based on that property in Wikidata. Yeah, which is kind of neat. And they show you pictures on there as well. So the Wikidata graph builder doesn't show you pictures, so you can actually have floating pictures that you can drag around on the screen. And then this is one that's actually just in the examples of Wikidata query on the music genres, which is also something you can interact with and play with. So for GLAM organizations, these are kind of neat to give them as an example. They can customize them for their own types of interest. And then I just want to show you one last thing before we open it up for questions and comments. Oh yeah, so this is the last thing I think I'll show you real quick. And we were pleasantly surprised to hear folks like Edward and folks working on depicts. I think this is the big question of the next year is like, how do we do more things with depict statements? So we know that wiki editors are already working on adding depicts statements, but it's really kind of haphazard, right? So if you look at some of our paintings, they prompt people to try to add, what does this painting depict in Wikidata? But right now, it's kind of unguided, unassisted. You're kind of poking around in the dark when you're trying to add these statements to Wikidata. So Joao and folks there were working really feverishly on adding meaningful depict statements to some of the most famous paintings in Brazil, right there. So you can see how much detail they go into there, which is really, really cool. Right? And how do we give people better direction here? So they were really lucky that they were thoughtful, they did a lot of research, they added meaningful things, they put the relative position and the bounding boxes. But how do we give this kind of guidance to the average person? So what if there's a way to visualize the state of metadata for groups of artworks and provide direction to collaborators on this thing? So we just recently got a grant from the Knight Foundation to work with Smithsonian. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is that all this kind of pre-work we had with Smithsonian got us to the point where we actually went out on a grant together. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle here. So we gave a lot, and it finally paid off in a way that we got grant money to work with them on this. They provide the art expertise, we provide the Wikidata expertise. So how might we create a metadata interface? So we heard Edward stuff, like this is exactly the same type of thing we're looking at. So how do you create a tool to engage the art-loving public in enhancing this kind of activity to add metadata for discovery and creativity? So some of the things that we're looking at are things like, if you can give hints to the user saying that, not only are we looking at the text of the article and the categories, like Edward was talking about the other day, but what if you actually said, you know what, Monet painted 50 paintings about trees and a lake. He's probably going to paint another painting about a tree and a lake, so you can actually use the history of paintings by that artist to give you hints on what's coming up. How about contemporaries, other impressionists, other realists, right? So how many things can we do to steer folks to the right types of statements to put into a painting, right? So we have about a year to work on that project. We're about 3 months into it, but we welcome any kind of views that you might have on that project of adding depict statements. So I wanted to go back to our Etherpad and see if anyone's added something interesting there and get some feedback on whether any of the things I talked about are either way too high-end, way too low-end, or what kind of things that you found when working with either Wikimedians or GLAM institutions to be useful. And it looks like a lot of people added stuff here, which is great. So any questions or comments from folks about any of these things that might resonate? Yes, or we could go through some of these and see what folks have written down here. Okay, let's see. Oh, go ahead, sorry. Was there a comment?
The challenges, if you can
Challenges?
say that again, because I lost the second and the third. I was trying to annotate them and.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Okay, how are things modeled? Oh, is it in the slides?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure where it is. Is it halfway through? I'm not even sure where there's some.
It's the beginning, I think.
Okay. Oh, here.
That one.
Okay, yeah, so these are basic things, I think, for anyone just jumping into Wikidata from a GLAM institution. Now, we don't have great answers to all the time, right? So a lot of it's just look around, what are other people doing? And then I think one thing that's interesting to ask folks who try to do some of this training, there are different philosophies on how to do the training with folks. So one thing that Alex Stinson and Asaf and I always are kind of batting around is, customizing the training for Wikidata and GLAMs for the particular audience. You can't just always go into the same slide deck, right? So I think here, tips for training. So there's some metaphors here. So one is the serve dessert first method, which is don't spend 45 minutes talking about how Wikidata is going to save the world and how it came to be. Just jump right in with an example and start working with it. So sometimes we call that the serve dessert first, like give the reward and the flash very early on. Another one is, which I like in general for Wikidata, is always be doing. So if you're talking for more than 15 minutes, you're probably doing it wrong. So after 15 minutes, get people to do something, whether it is try a query, add a statement to Wikidata, change the label of an item on Wikidata, and always have them kind of engage with the interface because it's not always the easiest thing to learn. Yes, and Tabernacle. I didn't show you Tabernacle, which is my favorite tool. So I'm glad someone put that down here. Who put down Tabernacle here? Oh, Joao, my convert. That's no wonder. So a lot of these things that I've talked about are down here. So this is my 10 tools in 10 minutes talk, which is kind of nuts. So if you thought I talked fast now, 10 tools in 10 minutes. So this is a really cool tool that Magnus has made. So I'll show you why this is kind of neat, and that you've probably seen how Wikidata query works, and you're always wondering, that's a nice output, but how do I actually go to change it? Well, I need to go to Wikidata, pull up the item, look up the property, all that stuff. So what if you had the query and you could just live edit like that? That's cool, right? So this is Tabernacle, and let me go back to the raw Tabernacle first. So this is Tabernacle, and what you can do when you hit this is you can actually put in the SMARTLE query. So if you're at query.wikidata.org, just copy and paste that query right in there. Or you can just put in a list of queue numbers, right? So I could even just go to Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and then just say run. Okay, well, let me add a column, sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and show the label, and I'm gonna go ahead and show the description, and hit run, and if it doesn't blow up, there we are. So it shows me all that stuff for Q1, Q2, Q3. Now, I don't need to know all these languages, so I can go in here and say, I only want to know English and French here, and English and Spanish there. So you can put in the languages there. Then you hit run again, and there they are. In fact, the cool thing is it kind of does it interactively. So notice I go in here, I just delete ES, it just automatically deletes it like that. Now, if you want to freeze this and send it to a friend, then you do have to hit the run button, and that'll actually regenerate the URL here, so this is cut and pastable right there to a friend. But this is really powerful, right? So you can actually go in here and say P31, and go ahead, and we'll add a instance of column right there. Now you do need to know your P number, so this is not always the easiest thing in the world. So you have to be a real geek here to really understand the P numbers, but it's not that bad. As long as you know some basic P numbers, this is really powerful, and I think we have the example from Joao at some point. But this is kind of how I worked with the Brazilians on improving content on the Brazil National Museum fire. Right? So again, play with Tabernacle. It's a really powerful tool. This is the one that was kind of, a year or two old and hadn't been upgraded for a while. And only after Joao hosted the Wikidata Lab, Magnus went back to London and improved it. And now we have this really nice interactive tool. Any other questions or ideas on training? Yes?
How do we deal with the lack of integrity because of IP interference on the database?
Lack of authority, you said?
No, IP, the vandal IP interference with
vandalism on Wikidata.
Mostly from anonymous.
Right.
That they can damage, cause potential damage on that database which came from the institution.
Right.
And generate strange results.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think the long-term solution was something that Jens Oleg probably talked about today, which is signed statements. And Sandra probably knows more about this than I do, but it's the idea that on a statement level, you could actually have some entity sign it to say that this is solid, and anything that changes it or something else, you'd be notified at the statement level. But Sandra, do you know more about signed statements in Wikidata and what that means for authentication?
Yeah, you explained it quite well. So institutions or agents that do a big upload to Wikidata can indeed have references to statements with their link to the data set, and indeed have a cryptographical signature to all these statements, and they should still be modifiable indeed. But I don't know. I have not seen any prototypes working yet, but I just heard that indeed it's going to be quite quickly on the roadmap for Wikidata, or it's upcoming. So,
right.
And it's something that has been asked for.
Right. So this is part of the whole chain of verification, right? So if it's the entity that holds the object and has the authority control record, and they donate to Wikidata, and then they sign it, then it's a much more solid link there. And if an IP comes to vandalize it, then it'll be more obvious in that case, I think.
Yeah, yes, it's obvious, but it can still...
It can still happen, yeah. I think IP vandalism on Wikidata is less than you'd expect on Wikipedia, but it's still a problem, yeah. That's right. Any other questions or comments from folks? Yes?
One about the ontologies you were talking about. With Wikidata Graph Builder, you can indeed see very quickly how messy it sometimes is, especially if you're interested in a very specific field and working on with a GLAM institution.
Right.
It's almost discouraging for some to say, well, if this is Wikidata, I mean, the good thing is, of course, you can change it, but there's always a bit of, the feeling is always a bit like, okay, are we as a GLAM institution with a very specific knowledge, are we allowed to completely redo this in the way that we think it is, or are we breaking too much? And we as an intermediary, we were a bit hesitant about that as well, like how to what point can we intervene there? What is allowed and what is a bit risky, or won't break anything, which has maybe other good reasons to be the way it is. So it's a general question, but with specific in specific context of working with an institution that have a real specific knowledge on their topic, of course.
That's a great question. What, if you don't mind, what domain of?
For example, I explored it a bit for the domain of all which has to do with technique in performing arts. So scenography, types of lighting, that kind of thing. But there are some things in Wikidata, not a lot. So that's the good thing. It's okay. We can expand that where appropriate until the point where it gets too specific, let's say. But even for the things that are there, okay, how are we going to deal with that?
Right. No, that's a great question. If anyone has any insights, yes, Sandra.
Yeah, my perspective would be, but maybe not the whole community would agree, but I would be really grateful if the GLAM sector would jump in and start to model things according to their expertise, because in most areas our community lacks people who are really interested in that kind of stuff. There are some subtopics that are well modeled. Musical instruments are okay. Someone has been active with fashion, because there are a few people really into that. But photography is a mess. I don't know, many different places are a mess, and GLAMs are the ones who have been thinking about it for a long time. And if from our projects, Wikidata is probably the most, welcoming project where we work together
question in the same line. So I am from the library sector, and one thing that has been very like itchy is if you should write that someone is a writer and subclass of a writer poet, or just directly a poet. And I was wondering if, as you showed, that there was like this wiki image kind of parameters. Is there something for writers and so like has the community agreed on something of how we should classify poets and journalists? I don't know.
I think what Sandra said is probably true. It's messy, and in I'd say most domains, they welcome some leadership in those areas, as long as it's backed up by some logic, right?
You know, because we wanted to point out to some guidelines, because we were editing, we were adding writer, subclass, poets, and someone was deleting those classifications. So we were not sure, like, should we, keep doing this, and then someone not,
Right.
I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm too tired, but, so, is there anything we can say, like, see, we have agreed that, maybe we should go this way. Please don't erase what we just did, because we have this, these reasons why we think this is the good way of doing it.
Right.
But
it's different per domain. I mean, like, the sum of all paintings people are kind of religious about their modeling.
Wait, is Martin here?
No.
But I don't know. So it really depends. Go to the specific wiki project that is related, the closest related to the topic you are. You will see how active it is, how many people are going there. If there are indeed like these tables that's they have
That's
designs.
kind of my question. Is there a wiki project for libraries? I mean, for books?
Yes.
For the way you model authors and translators?
There's the wiki project books, actually.
Okay.
Of course, it's the Italian version. Google always gives me the wrong language. But still, this is just about books, not about the authors.
Right.
We probably need a book author project.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Does it have to be so specific? Then a book translators project and a book
Okay, let me see.
Well,
scientist
I think
projects? I don't know.
it generally is good to let folks know that one of the strange things about Wikidata is there's almost no talk activity on an item in Wikidata. So I think the general advice is just don't ever leave one, because no one will ever respond to you. So it's either the project level or the project chat. So for better or for worse, those are really the only two places to have these big, or Facebook group, as Shadi said, for better or for worse. But you're right, there is no great locus of discussion sometimes. And normally it'll just be in project chat, but then those conversations go fast and then they disappear. It's not easy to archive those in a reliable way. Yeah. We can make room soon for the other folks, but I thought I'd show you that even among friends, we disagree. So this is just recently when Martin undid my more specific and I think correct edition of the exact collection for Nighthawks is this collection at the Art Institute Chicago, and he reverted me back to probably what is more useful, but not necessarily accurate. So this is a great microcosm of what we're dealing with in Wikidata. Do you want it to be right, or do you want it to be useful? And there's always that balance of putting in, the collection is the museum. Well, it's not really, the collection is the collection. The collection's at the museum. But will anyone ever query Wikidata in that way? And right now they're not. So I'm not pushing back on Martin, but this is a long-term question we have.
They need another property.
And we're gonna have a fight after this in the alleyway. All right, thanks everyone. Appreciate it. Keep adding to this. Who do we have next? Alex is next, right? Who's next?
Here we are.
Hey.
Hi. I have this Felix presentation here.
Will he be talking?
Felix for the introduction to the media library.
Ah, okay, so
Or
he's
the introduction for
yes,
general.
he's the first speaker, no?
Okay. So you
We
go.
want to open the.
Do you want to use this laptop?
I don't know, because I think Felix, are you running the show?
Io scrivo wiki dance. Great topics.
Y tienes que poner pero sí, te gusta ah no, ese es
Introduction.
Right here.
I honestly, I can, somebody else, you can have my.
I would have known this a moment ago.
Cover whatever gaps. Questions or. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I
yeah, one link, one reference. The gender gap is non full. Quando chiedi? See you later.
Connections around you.
Hello, so I'm Felix Nate. I work with the Wikipedia library team at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm here to do an intro on One Lib, One Rev, One Bib, One Rev. So One Lib, One Rev was initiated to commemorate the birthday of Wikipedia. It was also initiated to provide an easy way to recruit librarians onto Wikipedia, and it helps us create awareness about the editability status of Wikipedia, implant the thought of being reliable to our readers, and to raise awareness about citation gaps on Wikipedia. Sorry, I don't have a pretty slide. So what has One Lib, One Rev achieved so far? To increase the trust, it has increased the trust between Wikipedia and librarians. It's improved Wikipedia by adding new or additional references. It's also, exhibited easy ways that everybody can contribute to Wikipedia. And, as you can see in the figures, references, we've had over 15,000 edits in 24 languages on Wikipedia, and 40 countries tweeted 9,000 times, reaching 5 million people and 50 million readers. So what has One Lib, One Rev done so far? It's showed its viral presence, tweets, blogs, images, media, and memes, easy hashtag to link library contributions to our movement, metrics and hashtag tracking on Wiki and on social media, expanded in size and activity each year. We've grown every year. growth into the Southern Hemisphere with one ref, like we did in May. So what hasn't one ref done so well? We have not been able to work closely with the extensive network of our affiliates. And this is something that we're looking out to doing better. Leveraging the networks of external organizations, we're partners with IFLA, but we often don't use that network very well. And this is something we want to do better in the coming One Ref campaigns. We've not been able to tell the stories of organizers. Like nobody knows what are the faces behind One Ref, who is doing it. We think we haven't also created enough resources to support people who organize One Ref campaigns. And so this is something that we're looking at. Building better communicative channels so people can tell us when there's a problem with the hashtag tool and how we can improve the entire process for them. So what are the plans for One Ref 2019? Bringing community leadership into planning with One Ref ambassadors. We want the community to be involved. I see somebody jubilating. We want community members to be actively involved in the entire organization of One Ref. And so some people may have received emails already to be ambassadors of the campaign this year. We have different cluster or layers of participation from our stakeholders. We intend to have the ambassador group, the champion group, and the amplifiers group, because we know there's some people who are just out there to sort of like sell and just reshare and post on social media. They don't want to be actively involved in the organizing of the event itself. And so we are segregating the stakeholders to be able to provide you what you need and to improve the campaign next year. Capturing stories of organizers, I already said this. Engaging champions and amplifiers, I've already said this. So you can move on.
Okay.
All right, so I think, thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Come talk to me if you're interested in One Ref, and there's so many cool things we can talk about for next year.
Hi everyone, I'm Giselle Godoy from WIKI Argentina. He's
Ivan Martinez from Wikimedia Mexico.
right over there are other partners of Iberocop, Rodrigo from Uruguay, Carlos from Chile, well, and we are going to talk about what? Carlos, you are from Israel, Venezuela, or both? Well, sorry, Carlos is from Israel and Venezuela. Sorry, next year I want you in the campaign.
I will. You can come here.
Well, like Felix says, the One Ref campaign is amazing. We all love it because we give you a simple task to a librarian to do that. You have to put one reference, only that. And that's the way you can show your knowledge to the world, and that's amazing. We all love that. But the campaign is in January. We are, Argentina is in the global south, so what happened? The libraries in Argentina are closed during that time of the year. So yes, because there is a law that it's summer, it's too hot, the country is floating in that moment of the year. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, but we love the campaign. So we were talking around Iberocom, and last year, like say, I told Ivan and another guy from Chile, I would love to do the campaign. We already did in December or in January, but it didn't work. No, it didn't work either here. Well, we can do it in another time of the year. We don't know. So I start talking, and after we talked with Alex, and we decided that we are going to make the campaign in the birthday of a Spanish Wikipedia. We adapt the campaign to our context. That's why we decided to do one bib, one ref, un bibliotecario, bibliotecaria, because bibliotecario is the male, and the bibliotecaria is the female, one reference. So we adapt the campaign to the local context, and we decided to create media content for the libraries of the region. Not only for the Iberocop chapters that we want that they want to do the campaign, also not only for them and for the librarians, but the people that not involved in the movement. So they decided you can do that. It's only one reference. You can show. You can be the ambassador of your local institution. So we decided to do that give you everything, the kit with the one live, one ref campaign, so they can install the campaign in the institution.
One thing that I wanted to mention is that maybe there's some models and names and acronyms that comes from the Europe or United States context, but many of the words that used in the Wikimedia movement not only not make sense in our context, it sounds weird or doesn't correspond to the reality. So you, as a lesson, you never to be afraid to change the names in your countries of the Wikimedia things. For an example, in Spanish, library is the bookstore. If you say librería, you are meaning a place where you buy the books. So in fact, we have some opposers to that idea. Jesus Tramullos was one of the opposers to the idea to change the name because, as Jesus said, no, internationally the name is other, the brand of the project is other, but we don't have afraid to change the names because many words in Wikimedia movement, it sounds totally bad in our context. For an example, Wikimania in Spanish context sounds, you are crazy, you have a physical, mental disorder, because a mania in Spanish, so it's like a maniac person, you know, it's not like a fun thing. It's the same of library, and in fact, other projects, other countries choose the easy way to have the same name instead of search new names in the context of other countries.
Yes, for that reason we said we are going to continue with the one live, one ref hashtag to use the hashtag tool, but also we are going to use one live, one ref, because there are people around Twitter, around social media platforms, around Wikipedia that didn't know about one live, one ref, but they loved it. So and it's more easy to them say one bib, un bibliotecario, bibliotecaria, una referencia. I get it. I'm a librarian. I can put the reference in Wikipedia. Here's the tutorial. So we fostering these librarians outside the movement, people that they love the Wikipedia, but they don't have time because in Latin America we work a lot, like until 10 o'clock in the night or yes, often. We don't have spare time after work during the week. So all the activities we are doing during the weekends. That's why I have so many. We work a lot. And we decided to create a page in Wikipedia in Spanish that the different librarians can add the library and their name to be the ambassador of the space they are going to do the activity or the online activity. So we of course, like different chapters, promote different activities around of Wikimedia Mexico, Wikimedia Uruguay, Wikimedia Argentina, different librarians like Colmex that is right over here. That they did activities, offline activities, but of course the online was a strong one. And we did a webinar for Latin America with the community of librarians called Aprenderse Tres. In this webinar, we talked about the One Live, One Read campaign and how librarians and people that are using information in their works can be part of the campaign. So we decided to do media press, kits for new librarians, webinars, online and offline campaign in May, a moment of the year that cultural institutions in Latin America can apply, can be part of these activities. What were the results? Well, if you want to say one.
Yes, we at Wikimedia Mexico was a bit scared about the results of the campaign because Mexico have a strong problem with reading at public libraries. We are, according to the IFLA numbers, my country is one of the countries who had a few libraries by region, and it's one of the countries who read very have a very low reading rate, you know. So we at the chapter think that One Live, One Ref maybe is not a good idea because that we have that problem with the libraries. And no, really not. It was totally amazing because two amazing persons, for example, Silvia, who is here, Martin from the University of Guadalajara in Jalisco, is really two engaged person now after One Live, One Ref. Well, Silvia before, but the new persons who came after One Live, One Ref is a great result for us. For the campaign in Latin America, we work as a Latin American network. Not all the countries who have a chapter or affiliate joined the campaign, but we are trying to convince them this year, the next year in 19 to join it. We want to work in a global campaign adapting to local context. You watch what we do. Other example was that there's a One Live, One Ref video, institutional video. We asked to Felix to send that video without any audio. And if maybe you can listen, Giselle and me, we have different Spanish accents, and some words change totally each country to country the pronunciation. So we recorded the same video but with different voices in different countries.
Yes, we say different things and we don't understand each other in sometimes. So we record the voices in Spanish, in Argentinian accent, in Chilean accent, in Mexican accent. Uruguay, I think you use the record as well, or use the.
We created one for Uruguay.
From Uruguay, and every country has their own accent, because I talk about nuestro. In other countries, there's vuestro, there is different conjugations. Well, other countries of the global south decided to join the campaign, India as well, Australia because has the same problem that us, and we have the people from the National Library of France that participate in the campaign, so we were very happy because the librarians that they were participating in January, participating in May, and I think that now are Wikimedians or something, because I don't know. And the Spanish was in 5 Spanish-speaking countries, 14 countries worldwide, and 2 libraries that are not part of the movement joined the campaign. So for us, it was a great opportunity to involve new people to work to work as a network like we always do, and to engage our librarians that we love it. So thank you very much. Orly, do you want to talk?
So now I understand who beats us, because the Spanish was on the 3rd place, I think, in the world campaign. You are very enthusiastic, as we do. But there's one big difference between us. Hebrew speakers are much smaller community than Spanish speakers in the world. So, hello, I'm Orly Simon. I'm head of public services at the National Library of Israel, and I would like to share our experience in the One Live, One Ref campaign in Israel. Finally, we got to the 4th place in the world, so we are very proud of ourselves, being such a tiny country and tiny community of speakers. So I want to tell you about our campaign and what we did, and actually I think it was just a good event, good planned event, as should be. I don't know if there was something very special about it. It just worked. I mean, sometimes we read instructions, let's say, and we do everything, but nothing works. Something doesn't go. But in this case, everything went well, designing the event. So the first thing we did, of course, we had a group of organizers, etc. But we had a nice roll-up in the entrance of the building, of the library building. We had it in Hebrew and in Arabic, that invites people to participate in the campaign. Of course, it wasn't intended to librarians, but they also entered the library, and which I must say that one of the ideas I think that we will do in the next campaign, we will call our researchers, the people that are in the library every day for the last decades, which are much more librarians than we are. So we will call them to participate. But it's really got into the atmosphere of the library. And then we started to have a campaign via our email, of course, internal Outlook. And the title of the emails was changing almost every day. And one of them was, it's the end of your Wikipedia, Wikiphobia. And it really worked because I got a lot between the workshop, but the idea was to have a workshop that people will get a short presentation of Wikipedia and how to work. And then they were really working within the workshop. They had to come in advance with books and whatever they did, and they worked within the workshop. It's something like in the middle of the campaign. We invited other libraries especially from Jerusalem, to join us, and we had a nice open to the public, to the librarian public session workshop, and we did widen the participant. Also, we had one Arabic speakers workshop, which was in Arabic and inserting references to the Arabic Wikipedia, which is not necessarily, of course, Israeli one. I think the Arabic Wikipedia is more led, let's say, by Egypt and maybe Iraq, I don't know. I think mainly Egypt. So you can see here, at the bottom here, let me see. Here you can see the Arabic speaking workshop and all the others. So the results are 358 references, which referred to 270 articles, which was at the time when we worked on it, it was about 200,000 page views of the article that we worked on, which is of course a very good result in terms of presence and influence. Sorry. Okay, so as I told you, Israel was finally, the graph doesn't show it in the middle of the campaign. Here's the One Lib, One Ref Facebook group. So you can see that Israel here, or the Hebrew, sorry. The Hebrew one is on the 3rd place, and then the English, of course, naturally. But when I talk about it and tell my friends about it, I say, no, we were the first one, because English and Spanish and French doesn't count. It's not fair, so it doesn't count. So we are the first one. So, and then at the final stages, the Serbians won. I mean, the Serbians were the 3rd one. So it's okay. I'm glad for that. Okay, so let me sum up. I would say 3 tips of what made it into a good campaign, into a good event that might explain why it succeeded. So first, we started from the management. I mean, we got approval from the Human Resources Department. I mean, at this stage of bureaucratical arrangement, that each librarian can donate, let's say, or can participate in a workshop about 1 to 2 hours a week, and it is okay. I mean, it's not to do something like fun and non-working during work. And also, of course, the CEO and all the management were kind of participating and supporting us doing this in the vision that being a proactive librarian within Wikipedia is considered to be a good contribution that librarians can do as part of their job. The second one sends update. We send updates of what's going on and kind of created a tense or an atmosphere of campaign. We had about once in 2 or 3 days, I sent an email, a nice email with all the results and telling you should push harder because the Spanish are proceeding and